to it, I'll get you to explain it.
Yes.
Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order, the Corpus Christi City Council. I'll be giving the invocation, and then Kim Baker, Director of Contracts and Procurement, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would, bow your heads, please. Our Father, we're grateful that you've given us this day, and we pray that we would use it to improve the lives and the living conditions in our city, and we pray for the guidance that you would give us to make decisions both on a national and a statewide and a local and worldwide as we're facing this health threat at this time. We pray that you would give us the patience and the understanding and the guidance in the decisions that we make. We also pray that you would watch over us in everything that we do, that it really improves our standard of living and our quality of life here in our city. We thank you for those that are putting the leadership out there, our first responders, our medical professionals, and all of those. Give them guidance, give them patience, give them rest, and give them protection. These things we ask in your name. Amen. Let me listen to the pledge.
Can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. And the Texas Pledge, please. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, well, thank you very much. Ms. Huerta, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to make a couple of adjustments in our agenda. And to start us off, I'd like to welcome Congressman Michael Cloud is with us today. And he's checking in the district to see what's going on in terms of addressing this coronavirus. And so, Congressman, we welcome you here. This probably is not as an exciting trip as it was when you got on Air Force One with the president at one point, but this is a pretty important meeting, and we're glad you're here. We welcome you to Corpus Christi, and share with us some things that you might have for us to hear from Washington, and we'll look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and it's good to meet with you this morning. And let me just say, first of all, I really appreciate the work that y'all are doing to address this issue that has taken the world and taken our nation. Certainly was unexpected, but you all have taken it seriously. And of course, the challenge in any sort of situation like this is having the right balance of realizing that there's a cost to underacting. There's also a cost to overreacting, and I think y'all have done well to hit that balance well. We're here to listen, really, and to make sure that the what we're doing at the federal level is having the desired effect and hopefully getting to you. So I appreciate the opportunity to hear what's going on, to, in a sense, provide the feedback loop as we talk about things with the best data available at the national level, and hopefully provide the resources to get to you what you need. It's important for us to hear from you what's going on in the boots on the ground to make sure that the testing is coming online and everything that's happening. And so we're here as much to give you an update, but even more importantly, to listen and hear how things are going, and to make sure that these concepts that we're talking about at the federal level are being implemented, and you're finding that you have what you need to do the job on the boots on the ground. And so thank you for all the extra effort. Thank you for the time that you're doing. Our staff is here, of course, when I'm in Washington, to continue to work with you. I know that testing's been a big issue. One thing I think that's been important to note, Dr. Fauci has explained a number of times how there are certainly sensitive, critical parts of our population that we need to make sure are protected. But at the same time, understand that the vast majority of people who even contracted this would not ever know they had it. And so having the right balance between us taking it seriously in our positions of authority, and certainly as those working in the medical field, but also for the public to know that this isn't something we need to be wise about for sure, but not something that we need to panic about. And so I know that y'all have done well in communicating that as well. There's been some misunderstanding in the sense that testing is supposed to help be a part of the containment apparatus. And to that regard, I think there's a misinformation of understanding that the only way for that to be effective, we would have to test everybody every day, because someone who tested negative today could be positive tomorrow. And so that's one of the reasons the testing has been designated for people who are showing symptoms. That way we can work to provide remedies and then to track down containment. Of course, we just got word today that the first death in Texas regarded to this happened in Matagorda County, which of course is in our district. So we're certainly feeling that, and it just reminds us of how serious this is, that we do need to take precautions and make sure that we're protecting certainly those in vulnerable populations. Again, we're here to listen and to help, and happy to answer any questions that may have. The CDC is expected to be releasing guidelines on that first $8.3 billion that went out a little over a week ago. And then last Saturday, the House passed a bill that some of you heard I voted against, but there's some issues with it. I voted for the $8.3 billion, voted against it. Thankfully, that those no votes have caused the conversation to continue, and last night another bill passed to fix a number of the problems that were in the first bill. The intent, of course, was to help undergird the economy. There's certainly going to be some economic disruption, and so that's being addressed. A number of conversations going on how to deal with that. But small businesses would have had to unfairly take the burden of some of the things that we were doing to ensure that people were cared for and didn't go without paychecks and those sort of things. And so we've been able to work to get some of those fixes done. We're going to continue working, and then feel free, please, to continue to reach out to me. That's why I'm here, to help provide your input into the legislation that's going forward. That won't be the last discussion on this. There's continuing discussions right now. That bill's going to the Senate, and hopefully it will continue to improve as it goes. And then my understanding is there'll be more movement after that on another bill. So thank you. I appreciate the time to spend with you today prior to this meeting, and then I guess to give you an update. And I don't know the format of this, so happy to take any questions if there are any, but even happy to continue this conversation offline as well.
All right. Well, thank you for being here and coming and visiting with us. We'll stay in touch with you. I think to give you maybe a little more information from the professionals that are dealing with this, the city manager's going to make a report, and part of his report is Annette Rodriguez, the head of the City County Health Department, and whoever she may have with you that really is on the front line of this. So you're certainly welcome to stay and kind of get that. May save you a trip to another stop. You can get it right here, the one-stop shop here. So we try to accommodate.
That's why we're here, sir.
But we appreciate it, and thank your staff, and we'll be in touch when we need you, and it may be pretty frequent.
Yes, I appreciate
Stay safe and stay healthy.
I appreciate the open relationship we have and being able to work on these things together. Thank you so much.
Mr. City Manager, at this time, I'm going to move down to the city manager's report. And
Okay. Yeah, very good, thank you. I want to acknowledge Representative Cloud as well. In fact, he called me when I was in San Antonio before I even came down for my first day in the job. He got my telephone number somehow and called me and just introduced himself to me and told me whatever you need to be successful and to help the city be successful, don't hesitate to call me. And that was a great phone call. I appreciate that phone call, and we appreciate you being here today, Congressman. Thank you. So Mayor and Council, I'm going to cover a couple of items here this morning with you. To begin with, I'm going to summarize as quick as I can some of the operational changes we have made in the city to respond to coronavirus, and a lot of this has been sent to you already, but just a quick recap, more so maybe for the viewing audience and persons that are with us here today. After that, our health director, Annette Rodriguez, will give us an update on the virus, on COVID-19, and some of the things that her operation is doing in coordination with Nueces County. We do have with us in the audience today our new CVB director, Brett Oding, and he's here. He didn't expect this to be his first council meeting, something along these lines, but I'm going to have him introduce himself after Annette and then just talk briefly about the visitor industry. He already has some good ideas. He's been working since past weekend and before he came here to take the job, to live here for the job. So just a quick update for him. And then we know Johnny Filippello is on the agenda. He's going to talk to us as well this morning. And so that's what we'll cover in the city manager's report. Before I begin with the updates, I did want to impress upon the community that we have informational points that they need to listen to and use. That includes, so how do you get information from the city on coronavirus? One is using our website. So for a couple of weeks now, we've had an active, updated daily link on our main website that has a lot of good information on coronavirus. There's information, there's links to the CDC and other websites. There's videos and maps that Johns Hopkins University has had out there. So our website, of course, is www.cctexas.com. So that's a great place to go to get information. Another important telephone number to know is the city's general telephone number if you have requests for service, right? So if persons are wondering what's open, what's closed in the city, or if they have other questions they may want to call into the city, that number is 826-2489 or 826-CITY, right? So that's the number we have our call takers there to answer questions about what may be open, what may be closed. That's a good number to remember. And then for any health-related items, however, we've been telling the public this, but it bears repeating. If somebody thinks they may be sick with the coronavirus and they want to see a doctor or they don't know how to proceed or what to do next, that number that they need to call is 826-7200. So 826-7200. That'll get them to the health department. The important thing to note is that number is active with a live person 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? So no matter what time of day you call or what day of the week, somebody's going to answer the phone at that number, 826-7200. That's the number you want to call if you think you might be sick or you want to get tested or you want to go to your doctor. You need to call that number first. Let me shift a little bit now to talking about what have we been doing. One of the most recent breaking things is that the judge, you all know the judge in the Nueces County, well, the mayor, I should say, Nueces County judge have been meeting pretty closely for the past week and a half, 2 weeks. Yesterday in our meeting that we had, we decided that the judge, the mayor, myself, Annette, the health director, and a few other staff will meet every morning going forward at 8 a.m., either in person or via teleconference call, to kind of discuss what's happening today, what do we need to be aware about to talk to the community to keep them safe, or what may have happened since the last phone call or in-person meeting. So we're going to be doing that at our Emergency Operations Center. We use the Emergency Operations Center, obviously, in times of emergencies like a hurricane. So we're partially opening it or virtually opening the center. It won't be staffed all the time, but Billy Delgado, our person over the EOC, will be there. And so every morning at 8, going forward, Nueces County Judge and Mayor McComb, myself, the Health Director, and a few others will meet to kind of get organized for the day and get information out. We're also going to, from now on every day at 3 o'clock, hold a press briefing, just to alert the media of anything that we want to communicate out to the public. So that'll be a routine standard now until we decide to not do that anymore. So the press briefings will be at 3 p.m. At City Hall here in the council chambers. So that's something that we've been working with the county on. It's important to know that while we run the city, we live within Nueces County, and we've had a very well run, coordinated relationship with the county, with County Judge Barbara Canales, who's been working diligently as hard as we have been over here to keep the region really safe. And so we're sharing ideas, sharing information, and cooperating and working with each other. And that doesn't always happen in the state. So we're glad we have a good partner in the county. Speaking of the county, tomorrow they have their regularly scheduled commissioners' court meeting. That's at 9 o'clock at the courthouse. One thing the judge is going to talk about tomorrow is changes in the judicial justice system. Right, the county runs the jail and the courthouses, and from the federal level down, there's changes in the judicial system. So that I just want to alert you to that. Tomorrow, Judge Canales will provide more information to that. Our health director, Annette, I won't spend time on it, but she is going to talk to us about the drive-through that we've been piloting, or we've been fine-tuning and getting ready to put into full-scale operation, the drive-through at the former Memorial Hospital parking lot. You've seen that and heard about that, and then Annette will talk to us more about that. So let me talk to you now a little bit about what we have done in the community to follow federal guidelines, state guidelines, and common sense. And just as the mayor said, we want this to be a great place to live, and we're trying to improve the quality of life even through times like this. So these things that I'll talk to you next about is not something we're overly excited in doing. It's in doing to keep the community safe and keep the country safe. So we're all doing our part. So in coordination with the judge, the county judge, Barbara Canales, the mayor and the judge recently signed declarations of local disasters due to public health emergencies. And these declarations typically are done when there's a hurricane. They're not unusual to us, but we did use those state enabling powers to enact those declarations. At the council meeting today, the council will consider extending those. They were for a 7-day period, and so the one the mayor and the judge signed does have an expiration, but council will consider extending those until further notice, until you decide to terminate them. The one that was signed by the mayor was done on Friday, and the judge and the mayor co-signed it, so it was done in coordination. Though that declaration provides us certain emergency powers, like limiting the size of groups, and it also makes us, though, available or eligible for supplies and equipment and other necessities that we can get from the federal government. By declaring that disaster, we're eligible to receive assistance. It will also help us if the federal government has, and we suspect they will, dollars to help recovery in the near future. Because the mayor declared that declaration, that'll make us eligible to receive funds. A second thing that was done was both in coordination with the county judge, the mayor and the county judge both executed an order regarding public-private gatherings, limiting the size of folks gathering. And this was done in coordination with or following Center for Disease Control guidelines. So yesterday, the mayor and the judge updated the original one that was signed a few days ago to limit the sizes of gatherings to no more than 250 persons in the city. There's exclusions or exceptions to that. They include schools and offices and hotels, and there's others, but 250 person maximum when we're talking about gatherings of city people, mostly people that live here within the city. We also, in that document, put recommendations that people should avoid gatherings of 50 persons or more, especially if that event is one that brings people into the city. And so a convention or a wedding or maybe even, unfortunately, a funeral if people are coming into the city from outside of our limits, the CDC guideline and what was listed in the order was the recommendation to limit that size to no more than 50. And then finally, in that document, it also had recommendations for persons that are at high risk, the elderly, people with other underlying health conditions, do not get in groups of more than 10 persons, right? So all those are guidelines that were in that order yesterday. Okay, let me talk to you a little bit about some of the council changes. You can see in our audience, we do have a few folks here, but the public has been provided an option to not have to come to the council chambers, but still have access and participate in the meetings. And that will be indefinitely until we change back. This was allowed recently by the governor, who relaxed the Open Meeting Act regulations that govern our meetings. And so anybody that wants to participate in the meeting can see it live on social media platforms as well as on TV. We have a channel that broadcasts the meeting. Residents can still give comment by submitting it ahead of the meeting, either electronically or in writing. And so that'll continue indefinitely until we change that. Our boards and commissions, we want to do the same thing there. So all our boards and commission meetings have been canceled, with the exception of a few, and that does include all our TERS boards. In fact, we had a meeting this morning. The Planning Commission was still keeping in session with changes on public input process as well there. And then the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Downtown Management District boards, they will continue to meet. There are smaller groups, and generally there's not a lot of audience participation. And then the City Council appointed Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee, they'll continue to meet. That's just 9 members and a few support staff. So there's generally, that's not a big group. So with the exception of those 5 groups, all other boards and commissions have been terminated until further notice. As a reminder, I mentioned it earlier, but Nueces County, they meet tomorrow, and I believe they're going to follow the same process that we did today of trying to not have the public attend the meeting, but participate under the new ways. So let's talk a little bit about some of the closures. You're aware that the American Bank Center and our Whataburger Field, we closed those down. We did say until March 22nd on those, so we'll update that this week to extend those most likely. The senior centers that we have in the city, we have 8 senior centers that seniors congregate every day of the week, Monday through Friday. Those have been closed, but we're continuing to feed seniors by allowing them to drive to the center and take a meal to go. We're also continuing our Meals on Wheels service with our senior centers. And in fact, Sunday we opened up in pretty quick fashion the food distribution system at our senior centers and served about 150 seniors on Sunday that otherwise would not have eaten. We also want to just give a quick shout out to volunteers, HEB, the Lighthouse for the Blind, Victor Betancourt, who on their own initiative helped not only for us to give food to seniors, but toiletries and hygiene and cleaning products. That started late yesterday. They marshaled up enough resources to be able to provide over 800 care packages to seniors to include toilet paper. So we're thankful to Victor, HEB, Lighthouse for the Blind, and the many other volunteers that made that happen on their own initiative. Let me talk to you a little bit about some of the Bay area attractions, what their schedules are. Some of this is new from just this morning. I spoke with each of the executive directors at the 4 or 5 entities. So beginning with the Art Center, that's the one closer down here to the McGee Beach. So the Art Center is pretty much closed at this point. Beginning Wednesday will be their last day that their galleries and offices will be open. So Wednesday at 5, they're going to close their offices and galleries. Their free family time canceled. There's a farmer's market that takes place there, I think every Wednesday, and that is going to be determined. They're not sure if they're going to keep that or not. The Art Museum, that's closer to the end of the bay down here, that is closed as of Sunday and until further notice. So they closed down. The board decided to close it down. The Museum of Science and History, that is right near the Art Museum, they're going to continue to stay open, but they're assessing their operations day by day. They are not doing any more group events, however, and they're being mindful of the audience participant size and trying to make sure people don't congregate. We'll work with them. We'll see what they're going to do. But right now, it's a day by day. The aquarium, this is a big one. So the aquarium, as of 5 today, will close down for 15 days. Okay, so for the next 15 days after today at 5, will be closed until for 15 days, and that could be updated along the way. And then the Lexington, that will remain open. They're only going to do general admission, though. No group tours. They have a theater on the carrier, and the theater is closed. No group tours, but they'll remain open for general audiences only. Our Gulf beaches remain open. So the city of Corpus Christi has Gulf beaches over there near Port Aransas. Port Aransas yesterday put an order out, the mayor did, to restrict the size of groups on the beach at Port Aransas to no more than 50. We're encouraging similar things, so the beaches remain open. We encourage participants, though, to follow CDC guidelines, be mindful of social distancing, and don't get into large groups. We're fortunate that being that it was spring break, there's a large presence of police, Corpus Christi police there. So if anybody has questions, if you think something doesn't look right, you don't have to take something in your own hand. You can flag down a police officer. I've heard we've had great presence down there from many people. So take advantage of that service. If you think something's not right, just talk to a police officer and we can make it right. So that's kind of a quick wrap up of the closures. Just a couple other things real quick. We want to be mindful of some of the vulnerable populations. So our homelessness population. We have now in the city, we have 2 staff members that deal with homelessness. They've been redirecting their work plan to focus on outreach to the homeless providers and making sure they have most current information on appropriate business practices that the CDC recommends. I know Councilwoman Guajardo has been helping as well with her connections in that area to talk about how people can self-isolate if they need to in some of the shelters, and how do people get tested, that type of thing. So we're working with the homelessness, and we know in any city, small business is the lifeblood of an economy, and we've engaged for several days now Ian with the Economic Development Corporation, and he's putting plans in place to communicate with and potentially help our small businesses in the city, to include working with the Small Business Administration that's here in town that can provide loans to help small businesses get through at least the immediate effects of this. So that concludes my portion of the city manager's report. Gave you a quick summary of some of the things we're doing collectively with Nueces County. We, again, do appreciate working in partnership with the county, not only the judge, but the commissioners. And that's a list of some of the closures. Our website, as I mentioned, is constantly being updated. And we'll continue to provide information to the public now at a routine standing 3 o'clock press event at City Hall in the City Council chambers. So what we're going to do at this point is turn it over to Annette Rodriguez, our health district director, and I know she's here with Dr. Dante, our assistant director as well. And so, Annette.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. So I guess I can definitely say this. I am Annette Rodriguez. I am the director, of the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District, but I think everybody will definitely agree that it is constantly evolving, and what it looked like yesterday is not what it looks like today. So we have a situational awareness update that we wanted to share with you. Some of the health entities that you're going to see that we're going to acknowledge that we've been in contact with are the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, that's out of Atlanta, Georgia, as well as the Texas Department of State Health Services, DSHS, from Austin, Texas, and of course the local health department, the health district will sometimes refer to it as the LHD. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, is actively responding to an outbreak of respiratory disease caused by a novel new coronavirus that was first detected in China. We say novel because it is definitely different. It's different than SARS, it's different than MERS, it's different than a lot of other viruses. And so being novel means that nobody has antibodies to it and you don't have any type of immunity to it as well. You know that there is no vaccine currently and there is no treatment. So it's just supportive treatment. Coronavirus has now been detected in more than 151 countries, territories, areas internationally, including the United States. The virus has been named SARS-CoV-2, because there is the SARS, the first one, and the disease it causes has been named Coronavirus Disease 2019, sometimes abbreviated as COVID-19. The mechanism of disease, much remains unknown still about the novel coronavirus that we've seen going through China, but one thing is definitely certain: the disease can cast a storm over the whole human body. So these individuals, some of them, the more vulnerable populations that we've been talking about, the elderly, those with comorbidities, they have diabetes, they have cerebral vascular diseases, other chronic medical conditions, even now they're including pregnant women. These individuals, it can be a lot worse on those individuals than the rest of the population. For most patients, COVID-19 begins and ends in their lungs because, like the flu, it is a respiratory disease. In the early days of an infection, the novel coronavirus rapidly involves the human lung cells. The lung cells get damaged, leading to tissue damage and ultimately respiratory failure, sometimes referred to as acute respiratory disease or ARD. So what can we do to prevent from getting sick? We're seeing it all over the world. What can we do? Well, there are some things, and we all need to pay attention to them because they're non-pharmaceutical interventions that we can actually utilize to protect ourselves. One thing that we haven't talked a lot about, but now we're seeing with the group gatherings, is don't be around large groups of people. Don't get exposed, in other words. So if you're going to expose yourself, you're going to be in a large group, you're not going to know whether you were exposed or not, so don't even get yourself into that type of predicament. The less people you're around, the better off you are. Prevention starts with washing your hands. And this is not once a day, this is not 3 times a day, this is many times a day. Wash your hands, 20 seconds of good hand lathering with soap is a very effective way to keep from spreading germs. So you can also use a hand sanitizer with at least 60% alcohol base. The other, again, avoid contact with sick people, but not only that, stay away 6 feet distance. I think we've all seen the sneeze where it just projects, and that's droplets, and these are droplet precautions. Johns Hopkins is now talking about possible airborne as well, and that just would be smaller particles of air that just stay in the air and you can pass through it and you can actually pick up that virus as well. So they're talking about some of that possibility being out there. Again, you have to just keep distance with people. Don't touch your eyes, nose, and your mouth with dirty hands. So you see kids that are putting on contacts, they haven't even gone in to wash their hands. That needs to stop. You see individuals that are biting their nails, that needs to stop. Help each other out. We're community here. If you see people, say, oh, be careful, don't touch your hands and nose and mouth, because you could actually be spreading germs to yourself. Somebody's just sneezed on you, you didn't even realize you got it on your hand. When they sneeze, now you're rubbing your eyes. Don't do it. It's hard to try to consciously make an effort not to do it. Avoid traveling to, of course, the affected areas unless necessary. So the mass gatherings, the city manager already talked about them for the less than 250. CDC is recommending that for the next 8 weeks, organizers, whether groups or individuals, cancel or postpone in-person events that consist of 50 people or more throughout the United States. So you're seeing a lot of that. And we're talking to people about if you're having a big wedding, if you're having a big quinceañera, those things have to stop. So it has to be less than 50. The testing for the COVID-19, if you develop emergency warning signs for COVID-19, you need to get medical attention immediately. Emergency warning signs include difficulty breathing, shortness of breath. We've all heard that one. They've also added persistent pain or pressure in the chest area. You're newly confused or inability to be aroused. You have bluish lips or your face is looking bluish. So in addition to the regular cough and fever that we've all heard about. If you think you've been exposed to COVID-19 and you develop a fever and symptoms, you need to call the health district. Unless it's an emergency, you need to go to your emergency room, but you need to notify them and tell them that you think you've been exposed to COVID-19. The health district has efforts that we have put in place since the beginning. We got on the calls, I think, initially early January with the Department of State Health Services in Austin, as well as the COCA calls with the Centers for Disease Control. So we've set up a department operational center in early February. The staff was trained on the COVID-19 general knowledge and CDC interim guidelines. And the interim guidelines, I think all of you are aware, it changes every day as well. They get updated. We have put in a 24/7 phone bank and a hotline to support to answer public questions and screen for potential COVID-19 exposure. There's a 24/7 also physician-only phone line that was set up. We set up a link, as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, to the DSHS and CDC website with both the city and the county web pages. It's at www.cctexas.com/coronavirus. Our Laboratory Response Network, our LRN, is the laboratory that we have locally here in Corpus Christi. It is on schedule to begin testing the week of March 23rd. Which I think is next week. The drive-through sample collection site started last week, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. This was a drive-through coronavirus sample collection site. It was conducted in a small pilot environment at the old Memorial parking lot, and we are one of a few cities that have actually set up a drive-through clinic like this. And the reason we did that was to reduce the burden off the hospitals. This is a very different virus. Not everybody is rushing to their physicians. A lot of them were asking them not to do that because you don't want to overburden the health professionals either. And so they're getting a lot of people coming in, calling. They think they have ILIs, influenza-like illness. They think they might have coronavirus. And so to offset that burden to the ERs, and this is where people are sick, but they don't have coronavirus. So we don't want to send everybody to the ER that thinks they have coronavirus. It's better if we do an off-site specimen collection site. We set this up for mass collections. This is one of, we're hoping there's going to be more, but this is one of those that was set up initially. It's a much quicker and a much more efficient way of collecting the specimens. So what we did was, ahead of time, the health district is called. So they call the number, everybody knows, 826-7200, and one of our staff screens the person. If they meet the CDC guidelines, which they have to meet because we fall under the CDC, if they meet the guidelines, then we set them up for an appointment at a designated time, and they know the place now. And we schedule them at a certain time, and we tell them you have a certain code to actually get into this parking lot. When they come, they know that they're not going to roll windows down, they're not going to get out of the car, they're just going to stay in the vehicle until we are ready to test them. At that time, the window is rolled down, we do the swab in their nose, they roll the window back up, they don't talk to us, they don't thank us, we've already explained all of this to them, and they drive off. So it was very successful, I'm going to say, because all the appointments that we set up, they all came through. They all came through timely. Many of them came through a little bit early, which is fine. We had one that came a few minutes late, not a big deal. We were going to wait around till they did. It was all with under 2 hours. So testing for COVID-19. The health district has been testing and working with CDC and DSHS since January the 6th. We've been screening. The reason I say this is because that is what public health does. What we do every day, whether it's COVID-19 or TB or anything else, is that we do early detection. The faster we can find the disease, the faster we can isolate the person, the faster we can contain it.
The last part of that is we do contact tracing. So if somebody has the disease, then we have to ask about who have you been around, where have you been, all those questions to make sure that we can find the contacts. Anyone who meets criteria for testing in the United States has been tested by the CDC or DSHS. And now our local response networks, as well as the commercial labs that are now setting up, Quest has set up, as well as LabCorp. So we have a lot more laboratories able to help with the response. The positive COVID-19 cases changes every day. Yesterday, worldwide number of cases were 167. 511. Today, there are 183,441 cases. The number of deaths is in excess of 7,000 worldwide. In the United States, the cases yesterday were 3,487, and now they are 4,661 cases. In Texas, we currently have 57 cases and 1 death currently. You don't see an update on that one today because that's at 4 o'clock every day. We get on conference call with the Department of State Health Services and they update those, and then we update, we send updates to the city and the county to update the websites here as well. There's a lot going on, a lot of things that we have been doing at the health district that I haven't even mentioned here. We started early on with talking to the hospitals. That is our job, to get with them. Again, they provide information to us on a daily basis of people that are sick. The whole community does. The physicians do as well for communicable diseases. We've given out guidelines to nursing homes. We've actually brought them in and trained them on those guidelines. We've given out guidelines to first responders, to hospitals, to the port. We've met with the port, with those individuals, with the churches, with the daycares, with the schools, with the universities, and with the colleges. We have really tried to reach out to the community, the homeless, and in any way possible. If they'll listen to us, we'll talk to them. So again, our hotline is, we all know the number, 826-7200. The general questions for coronavirus, you can hit option 2, and for physician questions, option 3. So I'm going to open it up to see if there are any questions, and I'm going to ask my assistant director, Dr. Dante Gonzalez, to come up as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's a pretty detailed report, and I'm hoping that the media picked up that the testing actually started back in January the 6th. There's all kinds of information going out, but one of the informations that's rather disturbing to me is that people are saying the reason we show 0 confirmed cases is because we're not doing any testing here, and that's an absolute false statement. We've been testing since January the 6th, and we've got a 0 return.
That's
on
correct.
that. So that's a good report, and hopefully that'll be our ultimate report, but I think the odds are against that, but we're hoping for that, but because of all the efforts that you and that everyone else has put forward. So if we got any questions, I think there's a whole lot. We could really talk about this all day, but anyone got a burning desire for just a question or two, and then we'll let Annette and them get on about their business for protecting the community. Don't see any. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good luck. Keep us updated. And Mr. Zanoni, let me just express to you my appreciation for your keeping the council as current as stuff comes in. You get information out to the council, and I think that has meant a lot to the council this time. We've been we have experienced where we've been through some situations where we don't get information prior to your coming here on a timely basis, and this is, to me, a real breath of fresh air that the council's up to date as pretty much as quick as you are with your information dispatches, so we appreciate that very much.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Zanoni, our city manager.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you. And Annette and Dr. Dante, we owe these fine professionals really a big round of gratitude. They've been working 12-hour shifts, I think. I don't know if you've had a day off yet, but 24 sometimes. Yeah, so 24 sometimes. Yeah, they didn't tell me that part, but thank you, and thanks for your team back there at the Joint Health District. We appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Ms. Guajardo's button lit up. What you need?
Well, I was just going to say, Annette, before you leave, I don't think it's because we don't all have questions, but I think that you, as the mayor just said, and Mr. Zanoni have made yourselves very available. And so I know when I've reached out to you, you've answered everything I have asked, and your team, and of course, Peter Zanoni as well in his office. So I just want to thank you and just let the public know. I don't think it's because we don't have questions. It's because you guys are answering everything, that we are asking on demand, if you will. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, like,
So, Mayor, Johnny Filippello is going to come up, but before Johnny does, though, we just want to quickly introduce and have him come to the podium, our CVB CEO, Brett Oding. So I've been keeping you up to speed about Brett. His first day was Monday, and we are fortunate to have a professional, though, that knows the business. One thing that I've talked to you all about is this is a temporary thing, and as a community, we're going to rebound. Right, and we're going to be resilient, and we're going to keep going on as great as we were before this took place. But we know that we have a natural beauty that's not going anywhere. That's our bays and our beaches, and we are a tourist destination, and we're glad we have Brett here, a professional in the business of 20 years in tourism, most recently 5 years in Topeka, over there, CVB equivalent to what we have here. So I wanted to just introduce you to him. He is going to say just a few words on his thoughts and comments and some of the things he's been working on already to keep us in the going forward position, right? So Brett, let me turn to you for a moment.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Brett Otting, new Corpus Christian. I'm very happy to be here. My wife will be here in 3 weeks, and we look forward to being here for a long time. I look forward to meeting with every single one of you on a one-on-one basis and getting to know you and really diving into the community to make a positive impact. I hoped that my first meeting would be more positive, be able to talk about some big picture things. I will talk a little bit briefly about some things that I believe in. And first and foremost is I believe that tourism can help a community grow from an economic development standpoint. For every visitor that comes to the community to visit the beaches or a conference is a future resident in my mind. That's somebody that we can try to convert to bring their business here, to think about moving here. And what we do, I take very seriously, especially because it comes from tax dollars. So you're going to see a high level of transparency with our organization. You're going to see a high level of us focusing on return on investment. And everything that we do and every dollar that we spend will be able to be tracked. And I'll be able to show you if it's working or if it's not working. And if it's not working, what we're going to do differently. So again, I look forward to talking with you about that in the future. I've spent the last couple months as I've been preparing for this job developing a one-year strategy. And I unveiled that to the staff a couple weeks ago. We talked a little more in depth about it yesterday. And it's kind of put on hold right now because we're in some unprecedented times. And this coronavirus is going to affect the hospitality industry as much as anybody. Restaurants are closing down. There's mostly minimum wage employees, and they're without paychecks right now. So we need to be thinking about that as we move forward. And understanding, again, where our money comes from, which is hotels. Some of them are struggling. I was just on a conference call that I took through my phone, and I was sitting in the parking lot, so I have some handwritten notes. It was a conference call with two organizations. First one's called Destinations International, which is the International Tourism Association, and the second one is U.S. Travel, which is through the U.S. government. And we were talking about some best practices and what some other cities that have been hit incredibly hard, like San Francisco and Seattle and Atlanta, what they're doing. And right now it's pretty grim. So they're taking some measures, and we're going to do the same as well. So some things that we're going to do at Visit Corpus Christi right now is we're suspending all business travel, at least for the next 4 months. We're going to be working from home remotely as soon as the afternoon is over, as soon as this day. We have set ourselves up with a free access where we can communicate via similar to a Skype message, and we'll be working, especially the sales staff. We're going to be talking to those conventions that have had to cancel, trying to get them rebooked. We're having some success already trying to find some alternate dates. And with that, not just groups from the ABC Center, but also from other cities that may not be able to fit back in the city that they're in. We're going to be suspending all of our paid advertising for the next 60 days. until we see what's going on. We can still communicate via social media and via our website, which is no cost. But the ads that are going out and commercials, digital billboards, that right now doesn't make sense given the climate. We're going to hold off and postpone those, and we're going to wait until travel starts ramping back up again, and hopefully we can double down and try to get people. One thing that we have here, like Peter mentioned, that some other cities don't have the luxury of having, is we do have an outdoor beach. And so we are going to be talking through social media to people in Houston and San Antonio in a drive market that they may still be able to come to the beach. They can keep their social distancing out there. The breeze coming off the water is going to kind of make it a little more safe, and it's a little bit different than, say, Las Vegas, which is closing their casinos right now. Very scary time in some of those bigger cities. But in closing, the last thing I'll say is I have every intention of making Corpus Christi the #1 vacation beach spot in Texas within 2 years, and we're going to start looking to make this a place that is known nationally as well, not just a drive market, but we're going to start focusing on the Midwest region and the South region as well, and ramp up to where we're talked about in a positive light throughout the entire United States. I have a pretty good staff right now that I've met. I've been here for a couple days with them, but they're very eager to get going. So I'll take any questions that you may have right now.
Well, we're grateful that you're here, and you say your wife is coming in 3 weeks,
She'll
and
be
then
here in
she's
3
got
weeks.
14 days of quarantine. Is that right? Coming from the long distance of Kansas.
Love the long distance of
But
Kansas,
hopefully
yeah.
things will get better. But
Yeah.
welcome aboard,
Yeah,
and
thank you.
we look forward to you being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. We appreciate that. I think you all see now why we selected Brett to be here and lead our CBB, so thank you for being here. Johnny, we're going to turn it over to you now. And we had an agenda item for you, but you're going to talk a little bit different this morning, and we appreciate your leadership. We've been in constant contact with Johnny over the past couple of weeks, and Johnny, we'll turn it over to you.
Well, let me just kind of introduce he was scheduled to come and make a presentation, and he will, about Buck Days and all the good things and the fun things that the Buccaneer Commission does. Because if you remember, this is the third Tuesday of the month. We had the Army Depot here earlier. We had Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, and this would have been our third presentation because they do such a great job in our community, and we're trying to identify and focus those and highlight them. So he was scheduled to come today, and I think probably still tell a lot of the good things that the Buccaneer Commission is doing, but also they're a good community partner, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for being
You
here.
bet. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Real quick, I wanted to introduce Jonathan McComb, our chair-elect, who's also with me representing the Buccaneer Commission. And
I know that kid.
that's right. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that highlights all the exciting new things we were implementing this year for Buck Days, and we still plan on doing that. Hopefully, we can reschedule that presentation when this COVID virus settles down with us. What I'm here today to announce is that we are postponing Buck Days this year. Thankfully, the city manager and his team have included us in the conversations on what's going on. Matter of fact, we were in several meetings throughout the past couple of weeks. So we've been quietly working on a plan to make sure if it came to this day, we had a backup plan and we could go to it. So we're announcing today we're moving our dates to November 19th to the 29th for this year's Buccaneer Days. I just handed you guys a press release earlier. The amazing thing about that, the rodeo PRCA sanctioned us immediately with that move. Once we found out about the limit of 50 people for the next 8 weeks, we felt like it was time to implement. PRCA immediately approved us for November 19th through the 22nd for the rodeo portion of the event. All 4 of our entertainers agreed to reschedule with us, which is almost unprecedented. So we'll have Clay Walker on Thursday. Signo is now on Friday instead of Sunday. Aaron Watson will continue as Saturday, and Styx will close things out on Sunday for us. So we're really excited that they stuck with us through that. Obviously, this is during Thanksgiving, so working with Las Doñas and their event, the coordination will take place on Friday after Thanksgiving, November 27th. It's a time families come together And this kind of worked really nicely for them to be able to have their families in town and celebrate that part of the celebration as well. And then we're going to end Buck Days with the Navy Army Night Parade on Sunday, November 29th. We're giving families that may have gone out of town a chance to come back into town and participate in the parade. One unique thing about being in November is it gets darker earlier. So we'll be able to have the parade around 5 o'clock that day as well and still get people home and in bed for school the next Monday. So we are working with Ticketmaster, the American Bank Center right now to figure out ticket transfers and refunds to those guests that may need them. Bear with us. It's going to take a couple of weeks to get that all implemented, but I know the show will go on. It'll just be a little different time of year, and we're excited to hopefully get through this pretty quickly and get on down the road. So again, want to also thank Matt Blasey and his team at the American Bank Center. When we started working on this, they had to help massage some dates with other folks and work through that, and can't thank him enough for that as well. So with that, any comments or questions?
Comments, questions? Well, just my hat's off to you, and we appreciate it. And the spirit and the attitude is wonderful. That I mean, we're all in this together. If we work together, we're going to get through it stronger and better. And we appreciate it very much.
You bet.
Just be on watch for that new elected officer you got out there. He might
Thank you all.
cause you some headaches. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. Normally, after the city manager's report, we would have, if depending on this clock, with 12 o'clock. So the public comment period, I think the city manager had indicated that anyone had just want to make public comment. Those items, Ms. Worth, did we get anybody that submitted any public comment, and those will be passed? Tell us what we're going to do with those.
So with the public comment, we did receive 2 general public comments. Those
Okay.
comments have been handed out to the council, and they will be attached to the minutes for the record
All right.
upon passage. We also received 3 public comments related to item 29, the zoning case on Brownlee. Would you like a summary now of those comments?
Well, when we get to the agenda
All
item,
right. Yes, sir.
but we want to assure the public that for general public comment, the council has received or will receive your comments so that we can have them. Of course, we don't take action on that. We simply listen when you come in. And for those comments related to a particular agenda item, we will have those either in writing or have Ms. Huerta read them, present them to us so that we'll have the information prior to any action that the council takes on that particular agenda item.
Yes, sir. There's instructions on our website on how to do that. You can email citysecretary@cctexas.com. There's a public comment form that's being provided. People can fill that out or send us an email to that address as well. The preferred method is through the public comment form that's provided there.
All right. And Miles, from a legal standpoint, you want to confirm that the governor and the attorney general we're in compliance with all the open records or whatever we're going to call it. What's the legal title, term that we're using?
We actually came up with this method before the governor issued his proclamation, but we have, and I'm going to recommend a slight change to the order that you put out, and I'll announce it. In order to ensure that maximally we are complying with the governor's declaration that he put out yesterday afternoon. We are taking that public comment until 5 minutes after the meeting begins so that we have taken the public comment during the meeting as the governor requires. The public hearing information will be read into the record, and the public comment information will just be appended to the record.
Okay. Now, that gets me then, any other comment on Ms. Guajardo?
It's not a comment necessarily on this, but before we continued business, I just wanted to recognize and say happy birthday to Rebecca. And notice we all gave her those beautiful flowers.
I know that. She told me
you.
she was coming with green hair today, but she didn't.
I never committed to
We
that.
could
Oh.
sing happy
I have
birthday.
witnesses. Never.
The cake's gonna roll out, right, Peter? In a minute.
Coffee
Yeah.
jug.
There you go.
No,
All
thank
right.
you very
Well-
much, Council. That's so sweet. I
Well,
appreciate
happy
it.
birthday,
Thank you.
and many more.
Yeah.
All right. We might attempt to sing, but that may be a violation of something, so we don't want to do that. All right, well, on the E1, what action do we need there, Mr. Manager or Mr. Attorney?
We're gonna let, Miles is gonna walk us through this.
And really, E1 relates directly to the ordinance L4, which is the ordinance extending the local state of disaster. So what I'm going to do first is pass out the declaration of local state of disaster due to local health emergency. So if you don't already have a copy, that you do have a copy in front of you.
I think everybody's been provided that prior to that. We may not have brought it, but I think they've all been provided a copy of that. I may
And
be
then
wrong, but
Next, I'm going
Email
to
or
hand
something,
out
and
the
everybody got
first
a copy.
amended order regarding public and private gatherings that you issued pursuant to the declaration of disaster. The first item that you have is the declaration of disaster. And what you will be considering in item number 4 is the extension of that disaster declaration. Let me explain. The mayor has authority under the Texas Disaster Act to make a declaration of disaster and issue orders pursuant to that disaster that are good for up to 7 days. And what that does is the Texas Disaster Act takes both the legislative and the executive branches of government and rolls them into the executive for 7 days and up to 7 days only. And then you have the authority to extend that authorization, those orders that have been issued in that declaration, until through the term of the disaster. And this will continue it for this ordinance will continue it for up to 30 days after that, after to date. The extension, because again, the two branches of government are being rolled into the executive, that is limited authority, could only go up to 7 days, but the mayor only exercised it for 4 days, theoretically, because now it's up on you to decide whether or not to extend that declaration of disaster. The biggest change in that declaration of disaster you'll see is to meetings today, and we're maximally reducing the chance of COVID-19 transmission by separating audience and presenters to the maximum extent from the city council. So to protect both the audience and the city council and the staff, and ensure that the chance of transmission is reduced accordingly. There is a slight change that will occur to Section 7 that I will recommend, and that is to comply with the governor's disaster declaration that was issued yesterday afternoon. And the governor's declaration suspended portions of the Open Meetings Act, but it requires that people have an opportunity to participate in the meetings during the meetings. So we, instead of cutting off the time to turn in public comment at the time the meeting starts, it'll be cut off 5 minutes after the beginning of the meeting, and then it will be distributed to you to ensure that people who made it just in the nick of time still have an opportunity to turn in that public comment during the meeting time and technically meet the requirements of the governor. The second item that we will be discussing is the order that was issued pursuant to that declaration. The first amended order changed the first order, and actually the changes to the first order are shown in blue. The first amended order regarding public and private gatherings was made by both the mayor and the county judge in order to ensure there was no confusion for people who are subject to the order. The primary mandate of the order is in number 2, It says, because of the risk of rapid spread of coronavirus and the need to protect the most vulnerable, it prohibits all indoor and outdoor gatherings within an enclosed space of 250 persons or more anywhere in the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. So all persons are prohibited from organizing, managing, furthering, and attending mass gatherings for the next 4 days. There is a recommendation that is also attached in accordance with the CDC recommendations that persons should avoid gatherings in excess of 50 persons. That it's a should, and organizations should cancel those gatherings in excess of 50. And persons in high-risk populations, such as the elderly, should avoid gatherings in excess of 10 persons. And those organizations that serve persons in high-risk populations should cancel those gatherings in excess of 10 persons. And notably, a violation of this order is a potential for up to $500 per day of per violation or day of violation, and imprisonment up to 180 days per violation or date of violation. Are there any questions?
Mr. Hunter?
Miles, thank you for all the updates and everything that y'all have been giving us. There has been discussions on lowering that number at the state from 250 to 100. Do you know when those meetings will be held? Or when we will get an update if they do decide to lower the number from 250 to go further down?
If what they do is make a recommendation that the mayor decides should be adopted, the mayor will have the authority to issue an order reducing that to 100. And in order to make that effective, because it will go beyond the 7-day period, I would recommend that come to city council for the continuation of the period and a further ordinance.
In the conference call we had with the governor, which was I was very pleased with, he was very clear. I mean, we're getting these guidelines and recommendations from the CDC, which is they're trying to make them, nationally, that apply nationally. And different parts of the country obviously have different boundaries and sizes and groups and this sort of thing. And he was very clear, and I think everyone in that meeting was that these were the guidelines, but that the decisions were based on the local level. So that's why the county judge and myself, Peter, and the EDC, the EOC people, both from the county and the city, we get in the room and discuss what we think is in the best interest of our community, our region, and then we come up and we make a decision, and then we move forward with it. So they were very, he was very clear that the local decision making is the key to this, because that way it applies to the people that here are not coming out of Washington or actually out of Austin, but they're there to support us. And then they also requested if there's any, like they did in Hurricane Harvey, if we identify any state law or whatever else that may be inhibiting us to do what we think we need to do, we ask him, and if he's got the authority as governor, he can waive it, extend it, expand it, whatever he needs to do to meet that issue. So he's been very supportive and responsive to date on trying to address this. So just thought I'd get that to you. All right, so we need a motion then to passage on item number 1.
Actually, Mayor,
Or how would you like for that to be?
there's a couple. It's the ordinance on item L4. Item 4. Yes, that was just a presentation. And
Okay.
I'll have a couple of recommendations on that ordinance.
All
What
right.
you have before you is the ordinance extending the local state of disaster. And I will have a recommendation to make that one change that I mentioned and put that amendment in to ensure that people can turn in their comments 5 minutes after the beginning of the meeting. And in accordance with your request, I will also ask that we specify that that's limited to 30 days after today's date.
All right. And Ms. Huerta, do you have what that recommendation is?
Yes, no, I'll also get that language from Mr. Risley as well for the minutes, for the
All right.
record. Yes, sir.
So is there a motion then to,
So are we amending, Mr. Risley?
Motion to
adopt?
adopt, per
Ordinance number 4, with the
The
changes, Mr.
amendment.
Risley.
Number
The
4.
amendments.
7.
Okay. So extension for 30 days.
All right. Hold on just a second.
Point of order, could you mention what those are again?
So it's an extension for 30 days for the requirements. Also, Mr. Risley mentioned that per the governor's order, we will be accepting public comment 5 minutes after the start of the meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Risley? Let me ask. Miles, question. Can you sum up the changes one more time, please, for the record? I stated them. I just want to make sure we have them correct.
The first change would be essentially to Section 7 in the declaration. And that change says that the first change modifies the sentence that requires that comments be provided prior to the start of each meeting of city council or
Right.
a board and commission, and it modifies that to shall be provided within 5 minutes after the beginning of the meeting of the council or the city board or commission. And the second change would simply state that the continuation of the local state of disaster will only go until the earlier of terminated by city council or 30 days after it's issued.
Where's that located, the continuation? In the declaration or the order?
That's in the in section 1, continuation
Okay, of the
of
order,
the ordinance.
of the ordinance. Okay. Okay, so the declaration has already passed. We don't have to amend that formally here, do we?
No.
Okay.
No, we have to make that amendment notation today because we're continuing that declaration of disaster.
Okay, so do we need a motion to amend to do it formally, or can it just be?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Okay, so we do need a motion to amend formally.
Okay.
Let's start with the declaration first. Okay, so that's a motion to amend item 1. Right.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Hernandez?
No, that was my question, the point of order.
Any discussion? All right, if not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, and then can we pass it as amended?
Excuse me?
Can we pass it as amended?
Okay. All right,
Thank
there's a
you.
motion and a second for the motion as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Risley, that you need on these? That's it?
That's it.
Okay. All right, then let's, that will get us down then to, the minutes of the, meeting on February the 18th and the 25th. Is there a motion for approval of those minutes? All right, there's a motion and second for the minutes approval of February 18th and February 25th. Any comments or discussion, corrections, deletions? Not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, item J is the appointment of some board and committee appointments. We got the Island Strategic Action Committee's got 4 vacancies, and the Senior Corps Advisory Committee has 5. That's item number 3.
Yes, sir. There's 4 vacancies on, if we start with the Island Strategic Action Committee, we do have the 4 vacancies. They represent the following categories: 1 commercial property owner, 1 Mustang Island representative, and then 2 at-large members who are city residents. And for the record, Mr. Brent Hess is no longer eligible to serve on the committee, so his name is withdrawn. But other than that, the other applicants are
Who was that?
Brent Hess,
Okay,
Hess,
okay.
and also Michael Gonzalez has withdrawn as well.
Okay. All right, the Island Street, and these, all these folks had resigned, I guess they moved or whatever reason.
Oh, the
Okay.
Libby Edwards and the others for various reasons. Yes, sir. They resigned.
All right, so we
Yes.
got 4 openings.
So do you want to look at the commercial property owner first? If that would be in order. Okay. Okay.
All right, we got,
Are there any other nominations for commercial property owner besides Mr. Harris?
all right, hearing no other nominations in, a motion to appoint him by acclamation.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion second, Alex Harris by acclamation for the commercial property owner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And we
Okay,
have
Alex
a
Harris.
Mustang Island representative also.
Excuse me?
A Mustang Island representative would be the next category.
All right, nomination for an island, representative.
I would like to nominate Armand Alex. I'd like to make the point, we have another listed, Dusty James. I talked to Dusty last night. She does not have any Mustang Island property with it,
Okay.
so,
So Dusty James is up.
yeah.
All right, so you're nominating Armin Alex,
Armin Alex.
at large, city resident, Mustang Island representative.
Mustang Island representative.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, any other or is that the only one that
He's
meets
the
that
only one.
criteria? Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve then?
By acclamation.
All right, there's a motion to approve by acclamation. All in favor, say aye. All opposed?
Okay. And then there's 2 at-large members.
I'd like to nominate Daniel Brown III and Tommy Kurtz.
Daniel Brown and Tommy Kurtz are at-large representatives, they're city residents. Any other
I'm good.
Any other nominations?
Move to appoint.
All right, there's a motion to appoint, Tommy Kurtz and, which was the other, Mark?
Dan Brown.
And Daniel Brown.
Brown.
Mm-hmm.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right,
The ISAC. Now we have, next is the Senior Corps. This is a new committee that was created as part of our review in December. So they have 5 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 1 at large, 1 RSVP volunteer station, 1 RSVP volunteer, 1 SCP volunteer station, and 1 SCP volunteer. So if we want to take, I guess we'll leave the at large last and start with the RSVP volunteer station. Okay. Sylvia Facundo.
and these are designated slots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other nominations in for this is for the what, the Senior Companion Program?
For the RSVP. Oh, well, actually, I asked for RSVP. Ms. Facundo is for the Senior Companion Program.
RSVP.
Which one, Miss? For the volunteer station or the volunteer? Volunteer station, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
I nominate Gary Berger for the RSVP.
Okay, Berger for RSVP, volunteer or volunteer station?
Who?
The
Oh,
volunteer.
Berger, Gary Berger.
Didn't you say volunteer station, right?
Right,
Volunteer station.
okay.
Okay. Any other nominations? All in favor say aye.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
huh?
we're gonna just appoint those, okay. Okay,
So,
You just
There's only
you're
one,
doing
right?
them by position, right?
right.
Okay, so
Berger-
this is for
Berger
station.
is the one? Yeah, that's
So
what
we
we're
did
doing
the
now. All in favor?
RSVP volunteer station, and we've done the SCP volunteer station. So now we have the RSVP volunteer and the SCP volunteer. Well, Sylvia Facundo, right.
All right, so,
I was doing them one at a time.
yeah,
but-
okay, so. So,
Okay, I think one at a time is a little clearer
all right, so
myself.
we got Berger, and then who was the second one? That was,
Sylvia Facundo. Right, and Berger was the RSVP. No, it's she counts as both. That's why I was asking for clarity. Right, senior companion volunteer, and she's also a senior companion volunteer station. Those two categories.
okay, so nomination for Sylvia Facundo.
I thought we've just done those, right?
All right, so we got two, Berger and this Sylvia, okay.
Right.
And we voted on both of those?
Yes.
All right.
Right. That's right. Okay.
I thought we'd already done it.
I thought we did too.
We
but-
did. I don't think we actually voted.
Y'all aren't on the coronavirus committee, are you? I mean, this is difficult stuff here. Come on.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to do one at a time, but we're moving. So let's just get these done, and then we'll do one at a time. I think that's a lot easier. So we have a motion and a second to appoint Sylvia Facundo as the SCP Volunteer Station Representative and Gary Berger as the RSVP Volunteer Station Representative. So was there a motion and a second to do that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you want to vote?
All in
Okay.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Okay.
opposed?
Okay, so now let's look at the RSVP volunteer.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Joanne Oriavo.
Okay, Joanna Rebelo. Okay, any other nominations for that one? Okay, and you second that? For the RSVP volunteer, the eligible person is just Miss Arevalo. So that would be the only nominee.
So that's a motion for the appointment. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, so then after that, now we have the SCP volunteer. Let's take that one.
And I don't understand, all of them have this SCP by their name. I don't know what's magic about that, but that's all right.
Well, SCP Senior Companion Program, so the
Well, I mean,
senior
I mean,
core.
it's a senior advisory thing, so that, never mind, just,
Well,
Rebecca,
this-
what's the difference between SCP volunteer and SCP volunteer station?
So there's volunteers, right? The SCP volunteers are the actual volunteers. The station, those are designated areas where the people can volunteer. So like for RSVP, we have volunteers, and then say Spawn Hospital has requested that volunteers come to that, volunteers volunteer at that station. So they're considered a station. So that particular person must represent a station.
You guys got that?
Does that make sense? So there's a volunteer, and then there's a station. So that's where volunteers can go to volunteer their time.
okay, what do we need now?
So now we need a SCP volunteer.
Point of information. I only see Sylvia Facundo as being eligible for that or signed up for that. Is that correct?
She's a volunteer, and she can also be part of a volunteer station.
But she's the only one listed as volunteer on the list that I have. Not volunteers. All the other ones have volunteer
Oh,
statement.
you're right. So she should be the volunteer. You're right. Sorry,
She got volunteer
coronavirus.
station on my sheet.
I blame coronavirus.
So what do we need to amend that? I mean, what's the process there?
We can amend it just to say she's the SCP volunteer, and then we can do an SCP volunteer
So I make a
station.
motion to change Sylvia Facundo to SEP volunteer.
Correct. Yeah, that'll work. Sorry, y'all. Okay, and all in favor for that?
Aye.
Okay. So we got that done.
So
So SCP volunteer station now.
I nominate Betsy Miller.
Okay. Any other nominations?
All in favor of Betsy Miller, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Okay, so
right,
then that
we got-
leaves us with the at-large.
Nominate Stephanie Brown.
Okay.
Stephanie Brown.
All right.
We haven't done that at-large. I saved it for last.
I thought,
I was trying to get the other categories done before we did that one.
all right, we got, so, what is Stephanie Brown? She is a volunteer station, she's at large, she's
At-large.
a senior.
Everybody's at large. Anybody can be at large, so.
Then what, if they're all at large, why do we put it down there?
Hmm?
I don't know.
Just to make it
Th-
clear
okay,
that
well-
they're all at large.
Okay, everybody's at large, okay.
That's what at
So this
large
for
means.
Stephanie Brown, is there any other nomination? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So are we, that one,
I think that's everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry
Okay,
about
well,
that.
thank you very much.
Thank y'all for your patience. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Oh, excuse me, hold on,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garza had his light on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Rebecca,
Yes, sir.
so this was replacing another committee or a combination of?
Yes, it
another
was a consolidation of the retired senior volunteer program, the senior companion program, and also the leadership committee for senior services.
Is there any way that in the future that we could notate somehow, at least on our list of applicants, where they served before?
Sure.
I mean, I know it's on the resume. Some of them put it on and some of them aren't. But that way we could at least have a little bit more clarity instead of going back and forth. And that way it's on that little spreadsheet that you have that includes what their name, their district, and the category, but also if they served on a committee that we're combining.
Yes, sir. We can do that. We'll clarify that in the future.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit, because I know Ms. Arevalo served, and I think Sylvia served as well. But, so, yeah. So, anyway, just.
We'll note that if they're, if they, as
That-
part of a consolidation, if they served before.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you so
sir.
much.
We'll do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we got a consent agenda, items 4 through 17. Anyone have any of these that they want to have pulled or discussed? And Ms. Huerta, was anybody contacted you
Did you say 4 through
from
17?
the public that wanted to have anything pulled or discussed on items 4
Twen-
through
27.
27?
Yes, sir. No one, we have not received any comments on those
No,
items.
no
sir.
public comment on 4 through 27?
No, sir.
Okay, any council comment on 4 through 27?
18 and 19, Mr. Mayor.
18 and 19,
Number 14, please.
number 14. Okay, anybody have, any other comment on item, anything between 4 and 27 besides
Oh.
the ones that we
26.
mentioned? Huh?
Number 26.
You want to pull 26? All right. Then I'll entertain, I'll entertain a motion then for consent items 4 through 27 with the exception of item 14. Item 18, 19, and 26. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I heard.
All right, entertain a motion for that.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, let's go back to, I think item 14 is the first one on the list. Item 14, motion with 4-year supply agreement with Country Brook Design on Moulton, Alabama. Who's going to deal with this one? Has to do with purchases for collars and leashes for the council, for the animal care.
Okay, I broached this with Kim a little bit earlier. Thank you. I know this was, and I know me and Councilman Smith thought it was a little high in terms of cost for how much we spend on collars and leashes. But I know in talking to you, they were using a different method to purchase it. Is this going to reduce our cost over what they were doing previously?
It's hard to say because they were doing individual purchases through Amazon. So, but the issue is that the purchases have built up to such a large number over time that we felt like we had to go out and get a bigger contract. So it'll give them better access, more efficient access to the items that they need. But it's hard to say if it'd be cheaper because you know how Amazon works. There's multiple vendors that sell different products at different times. So I think that would be a little bit hard to answer. But we did analyze the cost, and we are comfortable with the cost. But it would be hard to say that if we just went to Amazon on one day versus another,
Well, just
could we pick up a better price?
in average, how much do we spend on these items?
I would say we would we would take about a quarter of what that total value is for the leashes and collars. So for the collars, for example, I'd say we spend about, and I'm just shooting from the hip here, about $60,000. You see, these annually a year.
Okay, so this is going to be for both leashes and collars, around $53,000 a year.
Leashes and collars, and you know these are worst case scenarios. You know, we bring in about 3,000 dogs a year, 3,000 to 3,500 dogs. So we could say we would need 3,000 to 3,500 collars. These are listed separately by size, imagining that we got 3,000 small dogs in or 3,000 large dogs in, priced out that way. So I will use approximately 3,000 to 3,500.
Okay, so
collars
when we
in a
provide
year.
this to the people who adopt a dog, is it part of the fee? Do we recover some of this cost?
I do get some of it in the fee. It's really trying to set our adopters up for success by sending a dog out of the shelter without a collar or a leash. We're sort of throwing an animal at them and say, "Don't let it go unrestrained, or I'll give you a ticket."
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to kind of get an idea of where we were, if this was helping us or not. But I appreciate going through the correct procedures. Thank you.
Yeah.
With that, I make a motion to approve.
Is this, I don't see anywhere, and maybe I missed it. This is a 4-year agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Gillison, you could have carryover, and you would obviously use those moving forward. So this is I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, we sure would. And it won't necessarily be buying, for example,
Sure.
12,000 small collars over the 4 years. We absolutely, I
Okay.
can tell you for the most part, we absolutely won't.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, and I think it's difficult to look at, such a number and go for collars and leashes. However,
I
think
thought the same thing.
anytime you buy in bulk, you go to HEB, you're going to buy separate. You go to Sam's, you're going to get a small break. But I'd imagine this is about the same thing. But more concerning for me would be the carryover or the reuse, if at all possible. So being this is the first time that we do this, is that right?
For a large contract, yes.
Okay. So then I guess, this will be the first time, and then of course maybe next time we'll know that it'll be a lesser amount because of
Yes.
Could be.
carryover or what have
We'll
you.
know a lot more, yeah.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
There's a motion. A motion and a second on item 14 to buy leashes and collars. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item 14 passes. The next item is item 18. This is a 3-year contract supply for man flow controls. Who has, wanted that one? I forget.
I did.
Okay.
I guess I've got a couple of questions on here that, one, we had one supplier that was rejected because they wouldn't hold the price, but the other, I just did a spot check on the 2-inch Schedule 40 bell end with it, and our next item, item 19, is Ferguson Enterprises, and right now the Ferguson price on that particular item is 62 cents a foot. I'm looking at here, and the unit price from Man Flow is $1.20 a foot on there. And when we're going to a single bidder, particularly when they're twice what the current price is, I'm just wondering, Ferguson, you know, both, we have two suppliers here, Ferguson and Moore, both locally. It's a very common, all this PVC is very common items on there. We can get delivery the next day, and this contract calls for delivery in the next 2 weeks. So are we doing the right thing, going in long-term supply, because PVC is a commodity market, and this is a 3-year contract, and I can understand people not wanting to hold a price, but to get a common item where we only get one bid on, which is about twice the market rate, Kim, do you have any comments?
So on we're talking 18, which is the
18,
PVC pipe. So on 18, Ferguson did not play. We only had 2 bidders. We had Manflow and Jajeski.
Yeah.
And Jajeski, they would not, I mean, it was not only they wouldn't hold their price, but they wanted to reprice after 30 days and then hold it for a year, and then each year would be repriced after that. And then they would only guarantee freight in the item's cost if we ordered at least $8,000 in materials at a time. So we would have had to have adjustment for that as well. But we do only have one bidder. So I was talking to Councilman Hernandez just briefly before the meeting started, and I told him, you know, correct, I'm not totally happy with the outcome of this particular bid, but we do need a supply agreement in place because we do order well over $50,000 of PVC every year. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and award this contract, but in about a year, I'd like to, before a year is up, I'd like to rebid it.
I guess I just have a lot of trouble of awarding a contract when we buy it right now, make the phone call, get it for 62 cents a foot delivered here, paying $1.20 a foot. And I'm using this one item, 12 or 2
Right.
inch. And these are today's prices on that.
Right.
And the quantity I asked about was 3,000 linear feet, which.
Right, and we know that the, you know, prices are down right now because the market is depressed. So, I mean, we can look at a different option on this one, but at the time we were working on this, these were the bids that we had received and the price that we had, you know, from the market. I don't really know why Ferguson didn't bid this one, but they chose not to for some reason.
Yeah, well, and if we go out too long on a commodity type price, which PVC is, with it, we're gonna pay a higher price because
Correct.
a vendor, you know, they're gonna wanna put that contingency in there
Correct.
that the prices may come up. So it may be on commodity pricing, we shouldn't be going out for 36 months. We'll have less of that contingency factor
Right.
in there.
It's been kind of a catch-22 because we do spend so much money on it. That when the auditors come along and they see the volume of spend, they constantly ask us why we don't have it under a longer-term contract. Our warehouse manager says I can't have a longer-term contract because of the price fluctuation. So, you know, maybe we just need to start looking in the future of not doing it more than a year at a time. That's what we've done with some of the volatile chemicals. Is just keep it at a year and then just recycle it every year back out for bid.
Well, I think we ought to go back on this one. At these prices right now, I think we're
Okay.
making a mistake to tie ourselves into double what the current market rate is.
Sir?
Yeah.
Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. We're with Kim, you know, on the way forward with this that she had proposed about looking at it in a year, because we do like having the material. It's at the warehouse, so the 2-week delivery, you know, completely understand what you're saying with that, sir. But since it is delivered to the warehouse, and then it's just a matter of restocking at the warehouse, operationally, we just like having the material available so we can go get it right from the warehouse. But again, agree with what you're saying, agree with what Kim says about you know, looking at a new contract in about a year, but just getting something awarded so we can get material and keep our warehouse stock, sir. So if that's a factor, that's my input, sir.
And I understand, Kevin, but you can go under $50,000 and order a bunch of this stuff from Ferguson right now and get it tomorrow.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're not, I think we can do better on spending our money. I'd like to, you all go back and relook at it.
Okay. I have no problem with that.
All right, Mr. Roy?
No, I just wanted to concur. You answered my question in terms of talking about, you said there's a necessity, but at the same time, I don't think this is something that's typically out of stock. So I
Right.
agree that right now, I think the best practice is just to continue to order it as needed. I think long-term, that's going to save some money there, and then go back maybe at a later date and go for, and rebid the thing. But
Yeah.
I
Again, just make
concur.
sure everybody understands that if we order it as needed, we're going to exceed the $50,000 threshold, which,
Well, you can
No,
come back to
'cause-
us, Kim. Let's
Right.
just stop.
Yeah, but you said earlier when we asked the question about how much do you use a year, and you said it was approximately 50,000, so order 6 months supply. I mean, I think
Maybe.
when that question was asked earlier,
It is probably closer to, you know, 80, 90, $100,000 per year. It depends. It fluctuates depending on what the work is and, you know, the different pipe sizes and what's breaking and what needs to get replaced.
I know when we did an audit, probably about a year ago, of all of the warehouse items we stock, and we looked at how many of them are accumulating over 50,000 a year. This was definitely one of them that was on the list, and that's why you see us making this effort on a lot of these warehouse items to do longer term, because my warehouse manager, boy, he can quote this stuff out and he can get it in. That's not a problem. It's just we keep getting, you know, asked by the auditors why we don't have bigger, longer term contracts because of the value of the buy. It starts crossing that threshold to where we should have formally bid it, where he does quotes. He does quotes when he gets the pricing.
Yeah, Mr. Nunes?
Yeah, Kim, we did talk about this prior to the meeting, and I was not comfortable with the single bidder, and I was concerned that, you know, especially with the situation with Ferguson, where they screwed up the bid, and that was the issue. But in terms of this, can we approve this at just a single year
You could.
instead of a 3-year?
You sure
And that
could.
way we can formalize it here. I don't necessarily like the pricing.
Right.
Or would it be better to just disapprove it and have it go back out for bid for a single year?
We need to probably check to see, did we check, I'm sorry to ask this here, but did we
Right.
check why Ferguson didn't bid?
I do not have that information.
Did we- no, the question
I
is,
don't
did
know
we
if the,
check?
I don't know if the
Recall?
bidder, if our buyer checked that,
Okay.
or
well,
not.
we can postpone this thing. Let's,
Well,
Well, then I'll make a motion to table these 2 items.
So the second one, we had 3 bids. So,
Yeah, I think just this item 18 and the second.
Just 18?
yeah, 19, we had 3 bids,
Yeah.
and Ferguson is the winner of the next one on 19.
yeah, we're recommending just postponing 18.
Yeah,
Okay,
18,
so I'll
I
rescind
think
my
we all agree.
motion and I'll make a motion to table 18.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion to table and there's a second.
Okay.
I mean, there's no discussion on that, but I got a question. We'll go ahead with the vote and then I'll ask my question. All in favor of tabling item 18? Well, are we tabling 18 or are we just rejecting it?
We're gonna table it. We'll bring it back under, we're gonna go back and look at it. I'm
Okay,
curious
yeah.
why, I need to know
But I
why
mean,
we didn't-
well, we're gonna table it and then I'll make my comment.
Yeah.
All in favor of tabling it, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Now, your rationale for getting a contract was to keep your auditor happy because they thought we're spending too much money. But I'm not willing to keep our auditor happy if we're gonna pay twice the price.
for an out-of-town vendor.
Yeah.
For an out-of-town vendor.
And then I think when I was going through my agenda review, I don't see it here, but there was something in the agenda review initially that one, there was a rejection of this Gajeski or whatever it is, because one, they wouldn't keep a firm price, but then there was somebody, I don't know which one was 18 or 19, they didn't use the right form. That was
There was one that we actually pulled that we did not bring to council, and what had happened on that one, I think it was Ferguson, if I'm not mistaken, but they were bidding, you see that we were bidding several things at the same time that they were interested in, and they actually put page 1 from bid A and page 2 from bid B and put them together and turned it in. They got mixed up. So when we opened the bids, it wasn't even a legit bid because it was from another bid. The bid sheet was from a completely different bid. Wasn't even for the right items. So that one we just pulled and said, we're just going to start all over on that one because they messed that one up. They just, I think, got confused because they were bidding on 2 or 3 at the same time, and they just got the paperwork mixed up.
so you went out and rebid the whole thing, you just threw theirs out and didn't pay any attention to it?
We're going to rebid the whole thing.
And you pulled that one?
Yes, we pulled that one.
So it's not on here, that's why I
It's
can't
not on
find
here,
it.
correct.
Well, I knew I remembered something.
Yeah,
talking
you
about
saw
that, and
it
I thought
probably
was
in the
Ferguson on
draft.
both of them.
Yeah, you saw it in the draft, and that's the one that, once we dug into it further and realized that they had put completely the wrong sheet in, we said, we just need to completely redo that. They just got very confused on that one. We had an abnormal amount of weird bids this last go-around. I don't know what's going on with people, if they're just too busy or their minds are somewhere else.
That's interesting you make that comment. I've received several calls concerning the bids that we're putting out for different things.
Right.
And there seems to be a lot of dissatisfaction with vendors that are getting the bids. Either they're overly burdensome or they're clumsy and it's running the cost up. They don't seem to be real impressed with the process. Have you had that communicated to you, or is this a new deal, or is this a computer program we bought?
No.
I don't know, but whether it's being pipes or engineering or something, there just seems to be a little bit of concern that we're either being overburdensome or whatever process we're using is driving the cost way up, or it's discouraging people from bidding. And that really ought not to be the business we're in.
Yeah, I have not heard that feedback. I do know that what happens occasionally.
Okay,
Yeah, I have
go
not
ahead.
had anybody to call and talk to us about that. One of the things we're trying to really work on and we're trying to avoid is that sometimes during the process, the department specs the needs to us. And while the bids are out on the streets, they may have a change. They may say, oh, I need to add some line items, or I need to change some of the quantities that I specified, and we have to issue an addendum. And when we issue that addendum, if it affects the bid sheet, they have to include the correct bid sheet in their bid, or they're non-responsive. And so sometimes what happens is they don't see that last addendum that went out that changed the bid sheet, and they turn in the original bid sheet. And they get declared non-responsive for that because they don't have the right quantities or maybe the right line items. So we're really trying to work with the departments to get the items specified correctly before it goes out, to really think through it. I know everybody's in a hurry, but we need to really think through it before we put the bids out on the streets, because if we're changing bid forms in the middle of the stream, there's a high probability that somebody will mess up and not submit the right form. So we're working on that. We talked about that at our staff meeting Friday about, taking a little bit more time on the front end to make sure that those bid forms and all of the requirements are correct, and not to be in such a hurry to put them out to try to meet deadlines, because they are causing, there's been a number, I think there were several in this batch of 9 that they actually had done an addendum and changed the bid form.
Okay, that's interesting, your comments versus the call that I've got. But anyway, okay, that's been tabled. Go to item number, excuse me, Mr. Hernandez, is this your light from before?
That was from 18. Thank you.
Excuse me?
That was from 18.
Okay. All right, number 19 then, what is this? We wanted the question on
Yeah,
that.
it was me. Kind of going to the mayor's point that we're getting a lot of non-responsives. And then I looked at this big package. We're on page 723, and we've got stuff, strikeouts on there and altered amount. But then on the second item, we have the quantity and the unit price, and they don't total out. It's about $1,000 off. I don't know if this is an internal document of ours. I didn't foot it to see if the footing matches up, but the fact that we're seeing a lot of non-responsives out there, and then I look at something here, we've got strikes on it with no initials there, or just to follow up with what the mayor's saying, I've had some calls too that are we really on top of it? So that's item number 2 on page 723, hydrant adapter. We've got 2-year quantity of 24, unit price of $98.15, and then we have a struck total price of $23.55.72, and actual price of $33.55.60, which is not correct. That's not the unit time the quantity.
So when you see those strike-throughs, I'm assuming you're talking about the bid sheet that's in the contract, the bid that actually came from the vendor?
I'm just looking on page 723 of our packet.
Well, I don't have it in the book. So yes, that's the bid sheet that comes from the contractor. That's what they turn in. And so when you see those strike-throughs like that, it's where our buyer had to correct their math.
Okay, but
And
our
then-
buyer didn't get the math right themselves. On item number 2, city stock number 3200.
So you're saying that 24 times the 98.15 isn't the
Yeah, so 24
33.55?
times 100 is $2,400. We got a total price of $3,355. We
Okay.
need to sharpen.
Got it. And the vendor did initial at the bottom, so I don't know. Should have.
Well, I think what Mr. Smith is saying, and I'm not real high-tech, but at least on this calculator, if you, 98.15 is your unit price, and you got 24, right?
Correct.
If the battery's right, it ought to be 23.55.60. So the 23.55.72 is closer, but we got 33.55.60.
Right.
So is that a typo, or is that a
It
calculation
looks like it's
error?
it looks like it's a typo.
Well, if I was paying, I'd be a little shocked, you know, if we're willing to agree to say we're gonna pay 33 for something that's worth 23.
Well, actually, the unit price governs, so we pay the unit price, 98.15.
Well, but my guess is if you go, and this gets back to Mr. Smith, when your buyer, I guess your buyer in the deal, when they calculated this guy's bid, did they use that 33? And I guess there were multiple bids on this one. I think you said there was more than one.
Yes, I think there were 3 on this one, if I'm not mistaken.
This bid's $1,000 off. Does that make any difference compared to the other 2 bidders?
Only lists the one.
If you use the 3,300 when you added up the total dollar, never mind the unit price. You determine
Right.
the contract by the total cost, not the unit price. You use the unit price to get to the total cost, but you base it
Right.
on total cost, right?
Well, and I guess I need to just go back and I can go back and take a look at it. They put this, when the bids come in, they put them into a spreadsheet and have the spreadsheet recalculate the numbers. So I don't know if the
The
spreadsheet.
recalculates the numbers.
Correct. So
So
I
it's
don't
a
know if they had a
computer's fault?
formula error maybe in that cell. So I'd have to go back and look at the actual spreadsheet and see if
Well,
that's how they got the number.
I just think I realize there are a lot of numbers here, but it's real important that we get it right.
Agree.
So, I mean, I'm still can't figure out, and I didn't go through and he didn't either, I guess, just on the, do our buyers verify the unit price plus the quantity to make sure that the bidders' numbers are right? 'Cause
Yes.
evidently they've made 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the first 7 items listed, 4 of them had calculation errors.
Correct.
And then on the next page, there were still quite a few, so.
Right.
So
So,
any strikeout is allegedly an error found by your department of the original bid.
correct.
So have you gone back and checked your people's to see if their numbers are right?
I
That's
have
what he's
not.
saying, because, I mean, this one was $1,000 off.
So what they do is when they make these corrections and they send it back to the vendor and they say, it looks like there are some corrections in your bid totals, and they have the vendor take a look at it, and then at the bottom, they have them initial that they agree that the calculations are correct.
The
So that's
bottom
why
of
you
what?
see that at the very bottom of the bid sheet, you'll see it says initial to approve, that's the vendor's initials. So they initialed that they agreed that was correct.
Well, if I was the vendor, I'd agree to get paid $1,000 more than I was wanting to bill.
But they won't get paid $1,000 more. They get paid the $98.15 per unit. The unit price governs.
Mayor, should we
I
table
think we
this
need
one
to
as
table
well?
it till we get our act together
Yeah.
on this one. I don't know. I mean, it needs to be accurate. I
I'm
mean,
gonna
up
move to
me,
table.
Second.
Both 18 and 19.
I mean,
We'll just bring
I
them
mean, it's
back.
the little things that cost us a lot of money.
Okay, there's a motion.
Yeah, let's table 18 and 19, as
Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez said.
Because
Yeah,
I mean,
you were right on, Gil. We should have listened.
yeah, you should listen. All right, so let's go back and run the numbers, because if like me, if you got fat fingers and you miscalculated, we need to get it right.
Okay, we'll do that.
Because here's the other interesting thing is, and I don't know who's responsible, your buyer or the bidder. I mean, with all these changes, the only number I see down here on page 729 is $179,609. Right?
Correct.
So the original number was, and I haven't done this here, but the original number was 179,838.75.
Correct.
Supposedly the corrected number, and I haven't gone through all the gymnastics, then now the new number is $179,609.38. So that's 220 some, in my head I'm not doing it, but about a
Less.
$200 difference.
Right.
But on that one line item, we found $1,000.
Right, and there's a lot of them you can see that actually went down as well.
So by the time it's all over, all the mistakes come up within about $200.
Correct, 200 less than what he originally priced.
Yeah, I think, let's just go back and double check.
We'll
our
double
numbers.
check them. That's no problem.
All right, there's have we already tabled it? Or is it?
We just need a
It's already
vote, Mayor.
voted
We
on?
have a motion.
I have
and a
one more
second
question.
to
One more
table.
question,
Oh,
please.
excuse me, Mr. Barrera,
Mhm.
you had the question, and then I'll get back to you over here.
Thank you, Mayor. Kim, something that we do when we're involved in public, when we assist with procurements,
Mhm.
is we provide a spreadsheet that's already locked with the formulas.
Mhm.
That way, when they put in their own unit price, it's all, there's a lot of uniformity.
Right.
Just a suggestion. I
Right.
mean,
To
you're
provide
much-
them a locked spreadsheet.
Exactly. and
Yeah,
you're
that's
much
not a
more-
bad idea at all.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
much more qualified than I am, but just
Yeah,
something in my
I
small
understand what
world.
you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway,
Probably make everybody's job a lot easier.
when we've gone back to follow up, sometimes they just get thrown out. Depends on the purchaser or the
Right.
procurement officer.
Right.
If there has to be follow-up, then it gets thrown out. So, but once again, sometimes that's at somebody's discretion.
Right.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, there's, Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, Kim, I'd like to welcome the mayor and Greg into the weeds with me. Appreciate that. It's a wonderful place to be.
It's the virus.
But
This is the Corona patch here. All right.
anyway, I appreciate
we vote on
that, and Kim, I appreciate this. I know we put some work on you in terms of trying to get some of these contracts in place and correct some of the things we've been doing in the past.
Right.
I know where some of these things can happen. Appreciate your due diligence in making sure all these things are working. Sometimes when you hear complaints about the purchasing officer, that means they're doing the right thing. So I think you're headed in the right direction. Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to table item number 19. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that gets us over to, huh?
Lunch?
Now we got item 26. Approve the revised city policies on boards, ad hoc committees, and task force. Ms. Huerta, this is you, and then we get to go to lunch. So you're standing between us and lunch, or sitting between us and lunch. So you're on 26.
Rebecca Huerta, City Secretary. We presented, item 26 is a resolution. 25 or 26, Mayor? 26.
26.
Item
26 on my
26.
page.
Yes, sir. So that's a resolution approving revised city council policies for boards, ad hoc committees, and task forces. So in that resolution, this is phase 2 of our board and committee review. And we did talk to the council about a majority of these changes. Primarily what it does is it's going to improve the way we appoint task forces, provide for additional training for board and committee members and for liaisons as well. So it's we're happy to finally bring this forward to you today. So are there any questions related to this item?
Mr. Garza?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. I'm the one that has to get it pulled, but I appreciate being included in the process of working on consolidating some of these boards and commissions and actually reducing the number, and appreciate your hard work. One of the issues that I had, or the question that I have, is on basically not allowing any non-residents to serve on the ad hoc committee or task force. On the time that I've been on the council a couple of times, just recently Jeff Blackard on the North Beach Task Force, but before then, back when we had some water crisis and issues in 2014, we had 2 water boils, I think one in early spring and then one in the middle of the summer or late summer. And we created an ad hoc committee to look at all the recommendations for improving our water and come out with either figure out the things that we've done and add to items that we could do to make our water quality more robust. We appointed Ed Martin, we appointed Margie Rose, and we had a gentleman volunteer from Erin Breckovich, her group, water quality experts, Bob Bocock, and they worked diligently to add 2 or 3 items onto that water improvement list. And so I just kind of wonder why we wouldn't want to at least open or leave the options or have the flexibility to accept help from people outside of our community. We pay consultants from all over the world. If we're going to do a project, we're willing to bring in consultants through engineering firms and pay them good money to come in and give us some recommendations. Why wouldn't we want to have the flexibility to have people that have some insight be able to participate on a ad hoc committee if we found the need to do so? So again, I'd like to see if we could change and at least take off the ad hoc committee or task force from item number 10.21 in terms of eligibility requirements and removal.
So he's at section 10.2.1.
Right.
In the resolution, letter B talks about a person must be a resident of the city to be eligible for appointment to a board, ad hoc committee, or task force. So he's suggesting that we take out ad hoc committee or task force and require it for boards, standing boards. That's the motion to amend before you.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Nen, there's a motion and a second.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Councilman Garza said, that he actually mentioned that to me, and there is that option where we've had ad hoc committees before where we've had expertise specific to a specific situation, where I think it would be important to have if there is some specific expertise associated with that, we can exercise that and specifically exclude the, I think for standing committees, that should not be the case. They should be people that are residents of the city. But for ad hoc committees or task force, that should include at least the option to have expertise from outside the area that we may not have locally. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, Mr. Smith, did you have some comment? I'm
Well,
sorry.
this has been a long process, and I just want to thank Rebecca for doing this. This is one more case of this city. We're changing things up. We're streamlining. We're making it more efficient. So happy birthday, and thanks for all your hard work on it.
That's a big present. Thank you so much. We also want to acknowledge the city manager's office as well for joining us in getting this done. So we really appreciate it.
Well, I mean, in addition to that, I think there's some substantial relief, both in staff time and financially, going from 28 committees, advisory, ad hoc,
14.
whatever, to 14. So that's, will give some relief, substantial
It
staff
does.
time relief as well as finance. So that's, you've done good.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Those are great gifts. Appreciate it.
Anybody opposed to that? I think we already had the ayes,
So we
right?
have a motion to amend.
All
Yeah.
right, so everybody was in favor of passage of item 26 and a happy
Move
Well,
to
this is
approve
the
as
motion
As
to-
amended.
Well, this is the motion to amend, and then if we can do it as amended after.
Okay, I thought we'd already voted, okay.
Yes.
Can we restate the amendment, or do we, is it too long?
Yeah,
I
the-
just want to
the-
make sure
The
that,
the motion was just to remove the ad hoc and the task force
Okay.
from the eligibility,
On the-
residential
but
eligibility.
for
yeah.
the
Standing
on
board.
the 10.
standing board, we're not, they have to be residents, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
It remains.
that's it, yeah.
So that's a motion to amend, and that was seconded. So
All right,
all
so the
in
motion to
favor?
amend is passed.
Oh,
We
You
need to
haven't
vote on it.
voted yet. We need to vote.
All right, the motion to amend, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, then
Now,
just
the
pass
motion
it
as
as amended.
amended.
And then the resolution as amended.
Move
Okay.
to approve as amended.
Second.
Thank you.
All in
Okay,
favor
so-
say aye.
Aye.
Now,
Thank you.
pass the resolution, or that
We're
was
done. We
it?
just did.
All right,
we're
happy
good.
birthday, and it's after 1:30, so we have reached the milestone in our meeting
That's an awesome gift.
for the recess of lunch, and I think, hold on just a minute. Where's my, we've got some, where's my sheet here that, did you give me a sheet, Ms. Huerta, about
I sure did. So it is on your agenda, Mayor, and
what to do with it? Hold on.
it's on page 6.
Well, but I can't even find what you gave me. I've got it covered up or mixed up in my book or something.
You want me to give it to you?
What did I do with it? Do you have it? Did I pick it up? Here it is. Okay, here it is. We're over here on, too much paperwork here today. Page 6. All right, the council will go into executive session on items 38 and 40 per the Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. We'll return when we finish, and those items are 38 and 40 for public, so we'll know what we're talking about in this session, are 38 is the some property, potential property lease acquisition near Lake Corpus Christi, and 30, what did I say? The other one for number 40 is related to legal issues related to potential disannexation of industrial district agreements and/or development agreements with entities in San Patricio County, including but not limited to Occidental and Vestopini. Is that the way you pronounce it? All right, so that's what we're going to go talk about.
A new Cole Park Pier is on the horizon. The City of Corpus Christi announced the next steps for the closed Cole Park Pier and the timeline for the reconstruction project. City Manager Peter Zanoni announced the design consultant for the new Cole Park Pier is Jacobs Engineering as a staff recommendation to City Council. Zanoni outlined why Jacobs Engineering stood out from the rest of the applicants.
The firm, one of the reasons we like them is they specialize in ports and marine work, and so they have a group of over 550 individuals that do that. So a lot of our engineering firms can focus on land development, buildings, but a firm like Jacobs has a strong team that works in the waters constantly.
Cole Park Pier has been closed for about 2.5 years because it was damaged by Hurricane Harvey. District 2 Council member Ben Molina mentioned what he would like to see on the new Cole Park Pier.
If it's up to me, I'd like to make it wider with a lot more amenities such as shade structures, areas to sit, and really make it a destination for Cole Park.
The timeline for the Cole Park Pier project is a long one. The first engineering phase that describes the amenities and features the brand new pier design will have could last 3 months. Then the design process is expected to take 6 months to more than a year, depending on the permitting process. The construction phase is expected to take place about a year to a year and a half. The newly constructed pier could potentially be done by June 2021.
There's probably going to be some differences. There's going to be some additional amenities that are included that weren't part of the original pier. So we're looking at designing and building a bigger and better Cole Park Pier.
Funding for the design phase will come from the Bond 2018 program, but funding for the construction phase could possibly come from a Bond 2020 program, the Community Enrichment Fund, or a naming rights program for the modern Cole Park Pier. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla. Want help estimating your monthly charge for water use? Head over to the City of Corpus Christi's Water Calculator website at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Just answer 2 questions. What is your monthly consumption? Your water consumption is listed on the second page of your utility bill using single-digit numbers. A number 1 for consumption is equal to 1,000 gallons. Enter the single-digit number. Next, what is your meter size? Some accounts have more than 1 meter. For accounts with multiple meters, you need to run the calculator for each one. Your residential meter size will be either 5/8 and 3/4 or 1. The most common meter size is 5/8 and 3/4, but if you are unsure, call 361-826-2489. Otherwise, select your meter size. Then press Calculate. It's that simple. Enter your meter consumption, enter your meter size, then click Calculate. Finally, the water calculator will show your residential water use estimate for a 30-day billing cycle. To use the water calculator, check it out at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Zero. That is the amount of fatalities the city is aiming for with its new program, Vision Zero. The Vision Zero initiative is to promote safety for pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, and boaters. The City of Corpus Christi kicked off the Vision Zero initiative that aims to eliminate fatalities and severe injuries on roadways and waterways. The initiative promotes walking, biking, driving, and sailing safely. City Council celebrated a proclamation and approved a resolution declaring Corpus Christi as a Vision Zero community with a commitment to save lives and decrease roadway and waterway accidents. City Council asked residents to read and follow the Vision Zero Safety Pledge and explained why this program is important.
What really brought it to the forefront for me was back in 2018, we had a high school student that was killed in front of King High School. It was very unfortunate. She was 15, 16 years old. She was walking to school or walking from school. And she's 15 years old. She had her whole life ahead of her. And there's no telling what she could have accomplished in her life. And we'll never know now. So it is important that we take this seriously.
The goal of Vision Zero is to save lives and decrease traveling accidents, something Corpus Christi needs. According to the Streets Department, there were 174 fatalities on the roadways in the last 5 years, with 38 fatalities in 2019. In the last 3 years alone, there have been 59 serious pedestrian injuries and 37 fatalities, in addition to 12 serious bike injuries and 3 fatalities. CCPD issued 9,000 citations for distracted driving in the last 3 years. Corpus Christi is the 4th Texas city to implement the Vision Zero initiative, and the program will be kept in mind when constructing future street projects.
We've reached out to our planning community and our engineering community to keep in mind safety features, adding bike lanes, adding wider sidewalks, ADA ramps, adding lighting. And don't take out lighting as far as pedestrian lighting and even street lighting. Keep lighting in projects, keep signals in projects. Add audible signals where the deaf and the blind could use the crosswalk and the signal as well. We've implemented those kind of actions with our engineering community, so when we're designing our roadway projects, to keep those safety elements in mind.
Here are some safety tips to follow when traveling. When driving, obey speed limits and signs. Look for people biking and walking. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't text and drive. Every passenger must be buckled up. If biking, pay attention to the traffic around you. Watch for turning vehicles. Bike in the same direction as traffic. Outfit your bike with the required lights and reflectors. If walking, watch for turning vehicles and people biking. Cross at a marked crosswalk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, and carry a light when it's dark out. To take the safety pledge or for more safety tips, visit www.cctexas.com/Vision Zero. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
Twenty 2019 was a very big year for the City of Corpus Christi's engineering department. Dozens of projects were completed in 2019, and many of them were bond projects that the citizens voted on. Let's start off with the downtown area improvements, which has new flower beds, pet waste stations, and trash cans. The 105-year-old fountain named Queen of the Sea, which is located at the intersection of Lower Broadway and People Street, saw some improvements, and is now running like new. The city also did several street reconstruction projects: Ayers between Ocean Drive and Alameda, South Alameda from Ayers to Louisiana, Old Robstown Road between Highway 44 and Leopard, Yorktown between Everhart and Staples, and last but not least, Corona Drive from Flynn Parkway to Everhart Road. These projects saw utility improvements, new sidewalks, traffic signals, and a whole reconstruction of the street. 2019 also saw our engineering department improve our water lines around the city. The 16-inch water line that runs under Alameda from Everhart to Airline was replaced, which will help improve water pressure. North Beach also saw some improvements with the Bond 2012 North Beach Area Improvement and Beautification Project. It saw improvements to the roadways and enhanced on-street parking. It also added extra seating around the area so you could enjoy the beauty of Corpus Christi. The Naval Air Station wasn't left out. With the Navy Army Station Corpus Christi Waterline Extension project being completed, there is now a 10-inch water main along a 2-mile stretch of Ocean Drive and Island Boulevard that ultimately feeds a ground storage tank inside the air station. The popular West Guth Park also got some improvements. There's new walkways and a new pavilion, and the city has put in new landscaping, so if you're looking for a nice park to take your family to, look no further than West Guth. Other projects that got completed in 2019 are CCAD Industrial Security Enclave Project, which saw security improvements. The Corpus Christi Airport had replaced aprons with new and improved concrete aprons, and the Museum of Science and History got a new roof and some new landscaping. There are plenty of more projects that will be completed in 2020, so if you want to stay up to date on our latest projects, go to www.cctexas.com/ENG News.
Need help keeping up with your collection schedule? Download the Recycle Coach app. Just search your address, confirm, and you're on your way. Search how and where to dispose of household items. There's also a calendar view. Download Recycle Coach on the App Store or Google Play for the latest schedules, alerts, and recycling tips from Solid Waste Services. You can also access the app through the City Solid Waste webpage at www.ccwasteplace.com. Wastewater fees rise during the summer months and fall during the winter months. Wouldn't it be nice if wastewater charges were more consistent? Well, now the City of Corpus Christi offers a new way to calculate wastewater charges. It's called wastewater winter quarter averaging. Wastewater winter quarter averaging is a way to charge residents for the water that leaves their home using an average. Here's how the city finds out this average.
Once we have a winter quarter average for this particular residence, and that's done by taking 3 months and averaging them and coming up with one average for the month, we'll take a rate and apply it to that at average. So for example, if your winter quarter average was 4,000 gallons, we would charge you $32.60 for the first 2,000 gallons, and then $6.69 each for the 2,000 gallons after that.
Once the information is collected, the water department will put your winter average into the city system. The new wastewater charge will be seen in the April or May utility bill, no later than the June 2020 bill. The city will be reviewing winter quarter averages and measure a new average for residential customers every year. The water department recommends watching how much water you use.
I think that people have control over how much water they use, and we certainly want our customers to be conscientious and aware of that all year long, but especially during our winter months when their winter quarter average will be calculated, and then that will dictate what their wastewater charges will be for that next 12-month period.
If you have questions or concerns about the winter quarter averaging, call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY. That's 361-826-2489. Rip currents. They're narrow, fast-moving channels of water starting near the beach and extending offshore. Think of the current as a treadmill. It can travel as fast as 8 feet per second. Great weather for the beach does not always mean it's safe. Rip currents often form on calm, sunny days with waves only 2 to 3 feet high. They're quite fast coming along our Gulf Coast and can be deadly to new swimmers. Here are some tips on handling a rip current and possibly saving your life. Always remember to stay relaxed. Trying to swim against a rip current uses up energy you needed to survive and escape the rip current. One of the most important things to remember: wave, yell, swim parallel. Rip currents don't pull you under, they pull you away from the shore. Wave and yell for help and swim parallel along the shoreline until you escape the current's pull. If you feel you can't swim, don't panic. Keep your head above water, face the shore, and call and wave for help. If possible, only swim at beaches with lifeguards. The City of Corpus Christi beach warning flags only fly when lifeguards are in the stands and are put up within 30 minutes of their arrival. The top flag will be white with a red cross, followed by a green, yellow, or red flag for surf conditions. Green means there's low hazard surf conditions, yellow for medium, and red for high. Keep an eye on these flags. If conditions change throughout the day, the flags do too. If you choose to swim on beaches without a lifeguard, never swim alone. Take a friend and have that person take a cell phone so they can call 911 for help. Also, check water conditions before going in by looking at the local beach forecast before you leave for the beach. For more information, visit cctexas.com or call the Corpus Christi Beach office at 361-826-3469. That's 361-826-3469. Remember, when in doubt, don't go out. Did you know Solid Waste Services has the Litter Critter program? And now they're adding a new community cleanup trailer to help residents clean up an entire block. We'll explain the difference and show you how to sign up. The Litter Critter program provides a large brush collection truck to 2 or more neighbors to dispose of brush and small household items.
We'll place at a residence. Up to 3 homes can participate together, cleaning up their yards. They can trim their trees. They can remove shrubs. They can load up furniture and stuff like that. And then on Monday mornings, we'll come and pick up the truck.
The program is free unless the load contains banned items such as appliances, tires, household hazardous waste, construction materials, dead animals, flammable or hazardous materials, ammunition, and asbestos. The Community Cleanup Program provides community groups with a cleanup trailer that contains supplies and equipment to beautify a city block or host a large-scale event.
We'll drop off 2 roll-off containers, like 40-yard boxes that you can fill with all the waste that you collect that day. And then we'll also have another trailer that you can put tires in so we can keep it separate from the rest of the waste collected.
The cleanup trailer carries shovels, rakes, gloves, bags, trash pickers, mosquito spray, safety glasses, and other litter cleanup materials. Solid Waste Services recommend reserving the trailer in advance. Residents can mail or fax litter critter applications to Solid Waste Services. To reserve time for the community cleanup trailer, call 361-826-1966. Both programs are free and on a first-come, first-served basis. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
This week's feature is the Corpus Christi Bridge Walk. Every month on the Sunday following First Friday Art Walk, you can get your blood pumping with the Bridge Walk 5K. The Bridge Walk starts at the historic Heritage Park at 8:30 a.m. and goes over Corpus Christi's most iconic structure, the Harbor Bridge. At the top of the bridge, you'll get a bird's eye perspective of the USS Lexington, the Texas State Aquarium, and the downtown skyline. If heights aren't your thing, you can take the alternative 5K path along the bayfront, enjoying the beautiful waterfront and the view from the seawall. Participants of all ages are welcome to join in the family-friendly exercise. After your walk, head back to Heritage Park to visit with fitness partners and learn more about fun ways to stay healthy. For more information on the Bridge Walk and other downtown events, visit marinaarts.com.
Providing water. It's just one of the many responsibilities that the city of Corpus Christi takes on for the folks who call this warm, sunny South Texas city home. And as residents know, that comforting sun they appreciate while enjoying a day at the beach can also bring on sweltering heat that leads to dreaded drought conditions. And with drought conditions come water restrictions.
In 2011 to 2013, this area of South Texas was highly influenced by a drought.
That's why council members this summer decided to move forward with the City of Corpus Christi Desalination Project.
All in favor say aye. All opposed?
A decision that could bring a drought-proof water supply to residents and the surrounding community, and because we're surrounded by the ocean, it just makes sense.
We will study or review site location permitting of a potential seawater desalination plant.
The city is looking to build a plant that can produce 11 million gallons per day to about 22 million gallons per day. A desalination plant removes the minerals like salt and sand from water and makes it safe for human consumption. Ramos, along with a team of consultants from Freeze and Nichols, an engineering firm, plan on spending the next 2 years researching the possibility of building a desalination plant right here in South Texas. Water produced by the plant will add to the city's existing water supply and help meet future water demands. Right now, the city has 4 major water sources: Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, Lake Texana, and the Colorado River.
All these sources are surface water sources, so they're dependent upon inflows and rainfall throughout the year to meet our demands.
The potential desalination plant wouldn't connect to those freshwater inflows, and because the source is the ocean, the city can provide a dependable water source that can be integrated into our system. But making science fiction a reality is easier said than done.
It's more than just taking water out of the sea and then just filtering it through a reverse osmosis. You have to make sure that you protect the system.
Right now, Ramos says they're looking at multiple sites in the Corpus Christi and La Quinta ship channel. The team needs to see if those locations meet their objectives and if they can get the water rights and TCEQ discharge permits. You see, with water desalination comes waste or effluent.
So we would work with the state to obtain those special authorizations so that we can continue to discharge our seawater, our effluent into the bay. And this project, we'll make those needed determinations and do the proper science so that we can obtain those permits.
One popular technique, adding a diffuser to the end of the discharge line. This allows the effluent to mix properly with the seawater. If all goes well, the city of Corpus Christi could have a saltwater desalination system by 2026.
And we have to be prepared from a water resource point of view to provide that water to our customers.
It's just one of the ways the city plans for future needs and strives to improve water quality, customer satisfaction, and productivity. We'll keep you updated in the future as the project moves forward. According to the National Weather Service, the city of Corpus Christi receives nearly 32 inches of rain a year. Why not collect some of that rain with a rain barrel? Contrary to popular belief, they're not illegal, and the Water Resources Division sells barrels to water customers at a reduced price. It's an environmentally friendly way to harvest and utilize rainwater. The 55-gallon container captures rain from rooftops by connecting to the home's downspout. Folks can use this water for gardens, lawns, washing cars, and even pets. Rain barrels can be purchased for $47. That's less than half the retail price. They must be purchased in person at City Hall and picked up at the city's warehouse at Civitan near Ayers. For more information on purchasing rain barrels, visit www.cctexas.com or call 826-CITY. That's 826-2489.
Corpus Christi has a long and rich history that is just waiting to be told. And what better place to start than here at Corpus Christi's own Old Bayview Cemetery? It's the oldest federal military cemetery in Texas. Old Bayview was laid out by U.S. Army engineers while General Zachary Taylor was encamped here right before the Mexican War. In the summer of 1845, the steamer known as the Dayton was transporting men to Corpus Christi when a boiler burst, killing 7 soldiers on board. Because of this tragedy, Taylor obtained the burial site from Henry Kinney, the founder of Corpus Christi.
The uniqueness of this cemetery is it covers, we have troops from the War of 1812, the Texas Revolution, the Mexican War, the Civil War, both Union and Confederate, Indian campaigns, and the Spanish-American War. It is also not segregated. We are all scattered throughout here. There are no areas of segregation.
Many of the soldiers buried here have a very interesting backstory, but 2 stand out because how young they were when they started serving.
The Nolan brothers, and we're doing Tom Nolan's dedication in November, but these 2 boys came with Zachary Taylor's troops. One was 9 and one was 11 years old. They were buglers. And for an army that's, that had no way to communicate with each other, it's very important. But they were buglers, and what is your 9-year-old and 11-year-old doing? I just couldn't even imagine. They were orphans.
After the war, they come back to Texas and eventually come back to Corpus Christi. Once here, they become local law enforcement, and both brothers are killed in the line of duty. Now, it's not just soldiers buried here. After Taylor's army left Corpus Christi in 1846, the cemetery became the community burial ground. The city of Corpus Christi used it as a final resting place for all of their citizens.
It's literally the shopkeepers, the firemen, it's everybody who's part of the city. So everybody who's in our city now can look back there and see someone who was like them, who's buried in that cemetery. And a lot of them, it's their family because their families have been here for as long as the city's existed.
There has been some vandalism over the years, but with help from the city's Park and Recreation Department and Friends of Old Bayview Cemetery Association, it's starting to become alive again. Every November, the past and the present collide at Old Bayview with the voices of the Coastal Bend. Dozens of storytellers and experts of local history gather to share stories of those buried here. If you are interested in learning more about Corpus Christi's history, visit our website at www.cctexas.com/services/library. If you have driven down Ocean Drive lately, you may have noticed a new light. That light is called the PHB signal, which stands for Pedestrian Hybrid Beacon. Using the PHB pedestrian signal is as easy as pressing the button, then waiting for the light to turn red. Once the light is red, this guy will light up. It's time to cross. Even with the PHB signal in place, make sure you look both ways before crossing. For you motorists, flashing yellow lights mean clear the crosswalk. The light will then change to a solid yellow and then red. The red lights will then start flashing, and the drivers can proceed with caution, as long as there isn't anybody in the crosswalks. For more information about the PHB pedestrian signal, visit our website at cctexas.com. Then in the upper right corner, there's a search bar. Type in PHB. There you'll find the correct link. Do you have graffiti on or around your house or business? If so, you should contact the Solid Waste Graffiti Removal Team. They will remove it for free. To request them, submit a cleanup request online or through the city's mobile app. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way, then just pick up the phone and call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY or call CCPD's non-emergency number at 361-886-2600. Let the city's graffiti removal team help you at no cost. Contact them today.
The health department has the latest technology in body fat composition. It's the state-of-the-art Bod Pod. The Health District's 1115 waiver program provides chronic disease prevention to Medicaid, low-income, uninsured, and underinsured families. Prevention includes offering free wellness screenings, free diabetes classes, and outreach to community centers and senior centers.
We do a lot of it is diabetes prevention. You know, one in 5 people out there have diabetes, and they're walking around, they don't even know it. So diabetes is one check. Hypertension is another. That's a part of our screenings. You know, they call hypertension the silent killer because people are walking around with elevated blood pressure, and then they end up in the ER with a, you know, God forbid, a heart attack or a stroke.
As part of the chronic disease prevention and outreach, the 1115 waiver program bought the Bod Pod and trailer in 2018. The egg-shaped machine measures body fat composition to help select people at risk to chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease.
So once we get to a location, we need to calibrate our equipment here since we are a mobile unit. After I get her weight on the scale, now she will come in here and sit inside the Bod Pod. Make sure you breathe normally. If you do panic, there is a cancel button at the bottom if you do panic and you want the test to stop. We run 2 tests. They're about 90 seconds each. Good job, that's it. I will send her back. You can go put your clothes on, and I will print her results for her while she is getting dressed.
The Bod Pod testing offers 3 price packages. The first package is $50 that includes A1C and a hypertension screening. The second package adds a pre- and post-test over a 3-month span for $90. And the third package has 3 tests over a 6 or 9 month period for $110. The 1115 waiver program saw about 100 patients per month as of September 2017, but has increased to about 250 patients per month in 2019. The division's goal is to partner with companies to use the Bod Pod and help fund other services they offer.
We're trying to partner with corporations. People, you know, they want healthy employees. So we want to say, hey, this is an effort for us to get out there for you. We'll do your screenings on site. We'll start a fitness challenge for your employees. We'll come back in 3 months, maybe 6 months, whatever you'd like. We'll set it up to your liking and incentivize them to stay healthy.
Call the 1115 waiver program at 361-826-1115 for more information or to set up an appointment. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
It'll be 15 minutes, but I don't mind that, rather than coming, clocking at 8:01 or 8:02, just. That's what it kind of says to me. Yes, sir. My badge broke, obviously. Can you believe that? Always.
Call the meeting back to order, and had a couple of executive sessions. Mr. Risley, or Ms. Huerta, what action you need on those? On item, what was it, 30? Get back over here.
We can do those items in order as they come up in the agenda.
Right. They're related to items already posted on the agenda.
Okay.
So when we get to those, we'll just take
All
them.
right, well, then, item N then, all right, 28, items 28 through 31 are public hearings. First one's gonna be a zoning case, HI Investments, in the city of Corpus Christi, rezoning property at 6099 and 6101 Ennis Joslin Road. Who's doing this one?
I am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Andrew Demas, Senior Planner, here to assist me if I need it. The case before you is to rezone property located at 6099 and 6101 Enos Joslin Road from RS10, Single Family District 10, to ON Neighborhood Office District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a medical clinic. The applicant is HI Investments. The property is located, as you see here, along the east side of Enos Joslin Road, south of Ocean Drive, north of South Alameda. The property fronts Enos Joslin Road, which is designated as an A2 arterial street, to the north of vacant properties, and also the Lee Alumni Center for Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, zoned RS10, Single Family District 10. To the south is a vacant property, and single family residence is zoned RS10. To the east are wetland properties zoned RS6, and to the west are single family residences zoned also RS10. The property is 0.79 acres in size, and it is platted. The subject property consists of vacant land and has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1944. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and warrants an amendment to the future land use map. It is compatible with adjoining properties, and it does not pose a negative impact to surrounding areas. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of ON Neighborhood Office District.
So moved.
Stand by for questions. So moved.
All right, there's a motion and a second on item 28, and it,
This does require a public hearing, but we don't have
Well, it's
any
a
public comments on this particular item.
We'll open the public hearing, and you'd say is this the one you have comment on?
No,
for
sir,
again?
it's the next one. So for
Next.
this one, no comments were received.
All right, there's no public comment on item 28. Is the applicant here? You agree with the recommendation to pass it? Okay, don't talk us out of it. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Motion is to approve item 28. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, 28 passes. Item 29 is a zoning case. And you're going to do this one, but let me ask you a question so you can address it during your comments. This is a drug rehab home for drug and alcohol treatment, right?
Yes, sir.
What, just make sure I'm clarifying. that Buckaroo Trail, which really it's not even a street. I mean, it's a street, but it's a street or an alley, I guess. Buckaroo Trail. And that's Winseal Junior High School. And I think I read in here that, I mean, we're wanting to put a drug rehab operation right there within 100 feet of Winseal School. And the staff's recommending approval.
Well, gosh, what is the name of the lady that initially met with us? We've been working with Marilyn Jordan. We've been working with this applicant for about 3 months or so on this project. And the first thing we recommended to this applicant is to, and it was a realtor and the applicant themselves, to reach out to the community, right, to the surrounding areas, because their biggest challenge would be the school that's across the street. As you see, we have one opposition when I go through the presentation, but the school did not oppose them, right? Because I think the program is reasonable. They reached out, they communicated as they should have, and I think their approach worked for them.
Well, make your presentation, because my first reaction is I want to be convinced, because I can't see it.
Understood. Okay. Mayor and Council, the case before you is to rezone the property located at 1733 South Brownlee Boulevard, South Brownlee Boulevard from CG2, General Commercial District, to Light Industrial District. The purpose is to allow for the operation of a group home for drug and alcohol treatment. The applicant is My Home Team Media, LLC, represented here by Adult Teen Challenge of Texas. As you see here, the property is located along the west side of South Brownlee Boulevard, south of Air Street, north of South Staple Street. The property fronts along South Brownlee Boulevard, which is designated as a minor collector street. To the north and south of professional office buildings, zone CG2, General Commercial District. To the east is a retail store, zone CI, which is commercial intensive. To the west is the Metro Elementary School of Design, zoned RSTF, two-family district. The property is 0.14 acres in size, and it is platted. The property formerly consists of an office building constructed in 1944. The proposed rezoning to light industrial is inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. However, the proposed use is compatible with the adjoining properties, and it does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Staff and Planning Commission recommend denial of the light industrial in lieu, therefore, of approval of CG2 SP, which is General Commercial District with special use permit. The Plan Commission, and this is for, it's not on the presentation, but the Plan Commission met on January 22nd, right? And the recommendation was 8-1 to deny changing the zoning from CG2 to General Commercial District to Light Industrial District in lieu of the approved CG2 with special permit. As I said, we've met with the applicant. We worked out the special permit, the conditions of the special permit, which they agree to, we agree to. We think it works for both parties, which allows them to be in that district with that use. As I said earlier, 8 public notices were mailed out, 0 were returned in favor, only 1 in opposition. And the opposition letter was this. The opposition had concerns for the effects of this use for future development of the area. There are conditions that we have placed on the use at the for this proposed location, which I won't bore you unless you want me to read it to you, but I stand by for questions. And let me make this final point. We spent a lot of time working with this applicant, and he spent a lot of time in the field, if you will, engaging the surrounding community, if you will, his immediate surrounding community. And this use has been very well received. So even the one opposed is not really opposing the use, is just saying, hey, what's going to happen if we want to redevelop the area in the future? So staff recommends approval, therefore, of CG2 with a special permit.
Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Notice that there were several notices mailed out. It says 8 mailed out within the area and 5 outside of the area. And when you look at the map for the notice area, that 200-foot radius is touches mainly the neighboring commercial properties, and one looks like it went out to the school there. Now, I had several residents that live close by reach out to me that had voiced their opposition to this agenda item, and not so much with the use, but with the location. And I say I agree with them. I did get in contact with Mr. Shoemaker, and he forwarded some information to me about the program. And like I told Mr. Demas, I agree with the program. I just don't agree with the location being that close in proximity to the school. I would prefer that that the applicant maybe seek out another location that is in close proximity to the school. The neighbors had asked if we could table this only because they wanted to get some input from CCISD and the PTA of the neighboring school. And they had asked because with spring break being out and now with the coronavirus, they had a hard time getting in contact with CCISD. I had reached out to Dr. Hernandez, the superintendent of CCISD, and in my correspondence with him, his stance is that he would prefer that this applicant consider another location that is, in his words, not in close proximity to such young students. So with that being said, I will make a motion to deny this item. I'm going to motion to deny it.
Second. Yeah. Anything else? Any other public?
I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second to deny the request. Do we need to open the public hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll open the public hearing for item
29.
29, zoning case of My Home Team Media, LLC. Anyone here to speak in favor of or in opposition to, or excuse me, you've got some written
Yes, I have
testimony. and
just 2 comments
go
to
ahead.
read into the record.
Okay.
The first is from Randall Williams at 1601 Ayers. He says, spring break and additional school closure due to coronavirus denied access to CCISD offices and the parents of elementary children attending Metropolitan Elementary School of Design. I'm asking that this vote be tabled until all concerned parties have been properly notified of this proposed zoning change. Please join Councilman Molina's table of this item. This zoning change should not be taken lightly, for it will have a negative impact on business and tender-aged children. The Metropolitan Elementary School of Design cafeteria is located less than 50 feet from 1733 South Brownlee. The lunch area gate is approximately 100 feet from 1733 South Brownlee. The playground gate is approximately 85 feet from 1733 South Brownlee. Recovering drug addicts should not have this kind of access. The second comment is from Garth and Josephine Erro at 501 Delmar Boulevard. I would like the council to vote no on the planning and zoning changes at 1733 Brownlee Street across from Office Depot and also in front of Winslow School. I rent to several businesses from 1301 through 1321 Ayers Street, and this is just about 200 feet from this location. We have never received any change notices. I was told that a drug and alcohol center was being considered at this location. We have been trying to update and improve the 6 Points area, and at this time have encountered several street people wandering in and around our area and sleeping in our alley. We had to take extra precautions to protect our properties. I would hate to lose business tenants. I would caution that the school is so close by. those are the two comments.
All right. Anybody here other than, have any comment? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Huh? What did you say?
We're not doing.
Oh, you wanted to speak? I'm sorry. Come ahead. I didn't see you raise your hand. I apologize. Come ahead. Yes, ma'am. Come ahead. That's all right. Just come up here to this microphone so you can state your name and your address and make your comments in favor of or in opposition to.
My name is Michelle Wilburn. I live at 1802 Whiting Drive. I am against it. My children have gone to this school, and there are a lot of clubs that deal outside after school, and sometimes they run into the evening, such as the running club. They run into the evening, and you know, when it gets darker at night, you have these second, third graders running around, and they are supervised, but some of these kids run really fast. So their teacher or the whoever is supervising them may not be very close to them, and they run right along where this building is, or this business is set to open. So for the safety of the very small children that are in these clubs, I oppose it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Right now, we'll close the public hearing on item 29. And there's a motion to deny, and there's a second. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to deny, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion to deny passes. Okay, item 30 is an ordinance amending the element of the comprehensive plan, specifically the city's water distribution system master water plan for south of Oso Creek facility looping to a water line during the development of the Kings Landing subdivision. You're gonna take this one?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This is Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning and Environmental Department. Also with me today is Gabriel Hinojosa with our utilities group. He's the primary engineer over there. This next item is an ordinance amending the water master plan within the London area. And just to kind of give you an idea of what the area we're talking about, it's the County Road 33 and Weber Road intersection area. The light blue polygon is that Kings Landing project that we recently annexed. Here's a look at the adopted water master plan. And again, we're just focusing in on just this part here. This obviously shows the entire city, or at least the south side. The red dashed lines are proposed water lines, and then you can see the darker blue line here is a line that's in place, and existing. So we do have an existing 16-inch line that runs down County Road 43 or Weber Road, and then we do have a larger transmission line that kind of runs here and then down to the south to a tank on Staple Street. The proposed amendment basically takes, instead of coming down south and connecting to the 16-inch line on Weber, it's just going to move it west and connect to a line here that would then create that loop in Weber in that location instead of at County Road 33. And here's a closer look at that amendment. You know, because of the current development, we have a phase one that's going in. It will allow that loop to happen a little bit faster. We would be kind of this section of County Road 33 wouldn't be in place. So this amendment will allow that construction to basically, with the London Town project and this King Landings project, will allow a connection between this large line to the north and the larger line that exists in Weber Road.
Your time is up.
Fine.
It's her birthday.
Yeah. So this proposed amendment, like I said, is a small realignment. It's going to facilitate development, will improve water pressure and quality in that area, and will help facilitate development in the area. With that, staff recommends approval, and then Gabe and I are happy to take any questions.
All right, I don't see any questions here. This is a public hearing, correct?
It is. We've received no comment.
All right, we'll open public hearing on item 30, amending an element of the comprehensive plan for the city water distribution system on Oso Creek. Any public comment, any comments?
No
from you?
comments, sir. Were submitted.
All right. The only question, you talk about improving the water pressure and all that, can we get an update on the water pressure? We've got the tower out here that's been finished now for about 2 years. Where are we on that?
Yeah, what we're doing is reassessing the go-forward plan to include bringing in a consultant that we've used before that's going to help us with the assessment and on how and when we bring that on. So staff was ready to bring it forward after the winter quarter averaging was done. You may recall that was the last. The towers have been done and ready to use. They were going to kind of turn them on around this time, but because of winter quarter averaging, which could cause, the towers could cause more water use, right, with higher pressure. So we didn't want customers to think we're turning them on to have a higher winter quarter averaging. Does that make sense? So because the water pressure's on, more water would flow in the months of January, February, March. And we don't want customers to think we're doing that on purpose so that the winter quarter averaging would be up. So they were planning to postpone the onboarding of those 2 towers, but I'm concerned about the plan I'm concerned about the plan to turn them on, and so I want some expert help on how we go about doing that, to include some hydrological tests, pressure tests, what the thought process is, and putting them on, turning them on. So there's a consultant we've used before. It's a nationally recognized one that does this type of work, and we were going to meet with them, I think last week, but because of flights and coronavirus, we didn't get a chance to personally meet with them. But that'll be the next step, is to meet with those professionals and talk it through with them. So we don't have,
Yeah.
That's not my, I think something's wrong with
Sorry. Sorry I asked the question.
It's a good question. We want to make sure this, we think that we think that the staff's plan is okay, but I need some independent assessment, and this would be the first. I want somebody to come in that has done this before, that can tell us with assurance that if we turn them on, this is what's going to happen, or let's do this before we turn them on so this doesn't happen.
Well, it shouldn't blow out the pipe near Alameda and the HEB Center. We've already replaced that one.
Yeah.
Mr. Hernandez?
Getting back to the water lines out here and creating that loop, what kind of changes to water pressure do you expect in that area?
Well, currently we can't serve commercial in the area because that 16-inch is actually connected to an 8-inch there on 286, so it's not to its full capabilities right now. So once this gets looped in, it'll be able to provide fire protection for commercial and residential.
Okay, but existing water pressure, I know when we were going through the whole process of annexation there, a lot of the residents out there were complaining about the water pressure being too low.
Yes, this is definitely going to help. I mean, it's going to loop in that 16-inch to the 48-inch transmission line, so we're going to have adequate water pressure.
Okay, so you're just for the whole area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Just a thought, you mentioned these are 16 and what size lines? 8.
The proposed is a 16-inch grid main. It'll connect to the 48-inch transmission main, which will create the loop to the existing 16-inch that's along FM 43.
Well, that reminds me how thankful I was when I saw that the city of Houston had a water pipe break up there, 96-inch water line. That's a huge pipe.
Yeah.
I mean, it flooded the whole place. I saw that and I said, I don't think I've ever seen a pipe that big. 96 inches. Anyway, okay, on item 30, do we have a motion? I'd entertain a motion for the passage.
Motion approved.
There's a motion and second on approval on item number 30. We offered public comment, correct? No public comment was submitted, for the record. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the item 31, ordinance amending, amending the ordinance which created a reinvestment loan number 4, cover North Beach to correct the tax increment base and replace Exhibit D and approving amendments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Arlene Medrano, Business Liaison. The item before you is a public hearing and first reading ordinance amending ordinance number 031927, which created reinvestment zone number 4 at North Beach. The amendment to the ordinance is a replacement of Exhibit D, which lists the certified property values and is amended to include those of the Del Mar College District. Additionally, there are amendments to the project and financing plan, which were approved by the TERS number 4 board this morning and come to this body now for approval. And any increases to project plan costs must go through public hearing. And I stand by for any questions.
All right, anybody have any questions? Is this public hearing? We'll open the public hearing. Do we have any comments been submitted for the public hearing?
No,
All
sir.
right. Is there anybody on the council that wants to vote no that voted yes this morning? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second on item number 31. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Items, the first readings on items 32 through 37. Anyone have any questions on these ordinances? Now, this would be a second reading, right? This is the first reading, but there will
This
be a
is the
second
first reading on these, yes.
Okay. Anyone in particular, on any of these that need, some of them were the subject of discussion of the executive session, right?
Right, we covered number 37 in executive session, and number 34 as well.
36.
33, we covered in executive session, 33, 34.
Well, actually, not 36, 30.
37
7.
we did.
Yeah.
We can brief you on 36 if you'd like.
Yeah.
We normally take all these in one vote, Mayor, unless the council wants
That's
to
what I was
pull one of
wondering.
those.
Anybody have any, one that pull them out, or we'll take them all at once?
Take them all at once.
Everybody's, no questions, and I'd entertain a motion for items 32 through 37.
So moved.
On the first reading. There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We don't have any briefings. We got another executive session, do we? We got one here for,
Mayor, we have an item for reconsideration, as I discussed earlier.
right? Okay, bring that forward. And just to give you some idea that what we're seeing here is the city manager and myself and the county judge and the city attorney and whoever else, Annette, we'll be sitting in a room trying to hammer out a procedure, a plan for this coronavirus project. And if the president tweets something or the CDC does something, I mean, while we're in the middle of trying to figure something out, they'll bring in the latest updates. So we got it. This whole issue is a moving target on what we're doing. So that's why we're getting this back. There was something that needed to be corrected to make sure we're right. Appreciate Miles catching it while we were here.
Well, I'd like to say that my faithful assistant got a change completed after 5 yesterday, and I just did not have an opportunity to get it all printed and prepared and proofed until now. So,
All right, you want to point out what the changes are that were,
yes.
because we adopted this. Go ahead.
Okay, you have these changes do a few things. First, the changes incorporate the amendments that you made to that original motion earlier today. And they also state specifically that the penalties within the order are being extended by the ordinance as well. So the penalty, which is up to $500 per day or violation, or up to 180 days in jail per day or violation, are included specifically in the ordinance. So there won't be an argument from somebody who is being told they need to do this. We don't want somebody arguing that those penalties impliedly expired just because we extended the disaster in accordance with the form.
Okay. So it's pretty much the information we had this morning, just clarifying it and putting it with the ordinance as well as the order.
We included the penalty in the ordinance.
Right.
And we added it, and all the changes are shown in blue. The changes from this morning. Yes. And we put the whereas, we mentioned the order in the first amended order. And the continuation of the state of local disaster, and that is actually attached. It's attached because on the very last page of that, of your packet, it shows the within 5 minutes after replacing the prior to. That is the amendment, one of the amendments that you made this morning, shown in blue and strikeout. It also specifies in section 3 that the orders issued during the local state of disaster have the force of law until the disaster's terminated. And of course, this continuation only goes for 30 days. And a violation, and then we have the penalty clause, and publication shall be made as required by the city charter in section 6. So the penalty clause, so it will be published so that people can see what the penalty is, in case we have to prosecute somebody.
Now, just out of curiosity, and it had nothing to do with this other than just part of the process when you do this, they've changed the rules now that you can, does this have to be in the local newspaper of general circulation, or can you post it on the website or the electronic posting? Does that meet the criteria anymore? It's still got to be on the newspaper of general circulation.
I haven't seen that change happen. That's a good change that we could theoretically make, but I haven't seen that change happen yet.
So it's still,
we're
it's
doing
still
this.
the old newspaper.
We're doing this.
Their lobby's good, isn't it? Because these ain't cheap advertisements you got to put out there. They got their lobby's good. Tom, are you listening? Your lobby's good.
I think it is wise to have the penalty clause clearly noticed and published and in writing on this document in case we actually do have to put somebody in jail for violating.
All right. That's not our intent, but we hope we have happy cooperation and adherence. All right, you need a motion to accept this as
Well,
amended?
we need a motion to reconsider first, and then we can accept. So we need to reconsider it.
Move to reconsider.
All right, there's a motion to reconsider item number, that's 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Item number 4, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we've got motion, item number 4 on the,
Yeah, maybe we could just do a substitute ordinance. So motion to approve the substitute ordinance as provided by the city attorney for,
So moved.
for 4.
That's exactly what I heard Rudy say. And we got a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Ayes have it. Okay, we've done 32 through 37. We've 38. We've done. We've already talked about 38 in the close.
Do we have a motion? So we have,
Huh?
Yeah, let's see, 38 we talked about.
So do we need to?
we have a motion.
39 we're going to move to next week. We're not ready for 39 for this
All
week.
right, so we're removing 39.
Right. We did 38.
No, I think I only asked for 37.
We haven't done 38.
We haven't done 38 as far as passing it. We've
No.
had the closed session, but we haven't passed a motion to
38's the
approve.
executive session, right? So
Yeah.
we've already,
Yeah, but
we've covered that.
should we take action? And
We need to, we didn't take any action when we came back from the closed session, is
Well,
what I'm saying.
38 is number 37.
Right. It was related to that item.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's
Pass
all right.
two, you can pass 2 for 1?
Well, no, we acted on 37. So 38 was the executive session. It was
Oh,
held
there's
prior.
38, there's no, okay, 37 was the action as a result of having the meeting in 38.
That's
Okay,
right.
Yes, sir.
all right, we'll
So
keep
we
it
just
straight.
have 41 and 42 left, Mayor, and you've got some wording there for that on page 8.
And 41 and 42 are the ones that are left?
Yes, sir.
And we need to go into executive session for that?
Yes, sir.
41 was just in case of, we had some sensitive information on
That's right.
local health concerns, and we've dealt with all that in the open.
Okay, so not 41.
So we don't have to do 41.
And then 42, we need to talk about an exec session.
Okay. Then, hold on. Especially on her birthday. I don't want to do something wrong over here and get Ms. Huerta all upset on her birthday. Okay, the council will go into executive session on items 42 per the Texas Government Code of 551.071, 551.076, and 551.087. We will return after we cross this bridge.
All right, shoot them off.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. You're gonna send it to me?
I just texted Sarah.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I can do it, I think.
No, just have her do it. It'll be fine.
I'm gonna find it.
That was item number 42. No action required on that at this time. Is that correct? All
That's
right.
correct.
Any future agenda items? All right, before we get to the adjournment, let me just take a minute, and I know we don't have an audience here, and that's was by design because of the coronavirus circumstance. There may be some staff watching or listening, but let me just say to Peter and the city staff, you all have been doing yeoman's work, and I'm thinking you've probably got another several weeks of it, and there's not a whole lot of sleep between the time you get to go home and the time you've got meetings. But your staff's doing a great job, and I think you'll see they'll continue to do that. But from a council standpoint, let me just kind of, I don't know, invite you to, or explain or make you aware that there's some things that we may want to be getting done a little quicker than are getting done, and that's because the staff is being diverted for good reason. And so I think we need to be sensitive to that and not really keep pushing or asking because trying to manage the city as well as manage a crisis is pretty challenging. And so we just want to let you know I'm very appreciative of what I've seen, and I've seen a lot of it up close, and we'll continue to see it and don't mind doing it. That comes with the territory. But we can win this battle. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some patience. And part of the decision-making process is you involve a lot of people, the county judge, the EOC directors of the county and the city manager, some of his department heads, fire chief, police chiefs, other. So you come together and you try to make a decision based on the best information you have. We're trying to listen to the professionals and not the politicians. And you've got to really make the decisions with your head and not your heart. And that's a tough thing because there's a lot of times there's a debate between what you want to do and what you need to do. And so, but we're trying to maintain a level of calmness and confidence, and I'm sure we're going to make it. We've been through these things before. I think if you know the county judge and myself, we've both been through some pretty horrific crisis in our lives, and if you keep your calm, keep your wits, make the good decisions, you'll get through them. And we're going to get through this corona crisis, and so we just ask for patience, understanding, encouragement, and really, again, thanks to you and your staff for all the energy and your efforts, and particularly your wife that you don't get to see much, or when you do, it's late at night and you're leaving early in the morning. And so we thank her for her patience too, because she's having to put up with a lot, and your kids. It's taken its toll in terms of family time, and that a lot of times we overlook that. But thank you. Any other business before the council? Ms. Huerta, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
So 21 now, but you can't go to bars because of the restrictions, so you'll just have to go home and fix dinner, I guess. All right, happy birthday, and we're adjourned.